senators and central staff, testifiers, and our listening and viewing audience, the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting for Tuesday, February 27th, 2024 is hereby called to order. For the benefit of our listening and viewing audience, and before we proceed to roll call, for today's Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection agenda, we will be considering 3 measures. 2 are resolutions that commend persons in our community for their outstanding service in the areas of ministry, education, sports, and overall service to improve the lives of residents in the St. Thomas, St. John District and the Virgin Islands as a whole. The 3rd measure is geared at addressing issues that paternity and child support have encountered with non-custodial parents' failure to provide their income. One of my favorite months of the year is February, Black History Month, where we celebrate and recognize African American heroes for their achievements and central role in U.S. history. Also known as African American History Month, the event grew out of Negro History Week, the brainchild of a noted historian, Carter G. Woodson, back in 1915. Woodson started the recognition because many history books did not account for the contributions of Black Americans. This goes back to the early era of colonizations, which brought Blacks as slaves to the Americas. To make sure we as a people knew about the many contributions Black people made to this country and world, Woodson published a journal to document historical facts of Black people and began an annual weekly celebration during the month of February to coincide with the birthdays of President Abraham Lincoln, who set the Emancipation Proclamation to free the slaves in the United States, and with the birthday of Frederick Douglass, a former slave, prominent activist, author, and public speaker in the abolitionist movement to end slavery. The NAACP, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, America's oldest and largest civil rights organization, was founded on February 12, 1909. The centennial anniversary of the birthday of Abraham Lincoln. It was not until 1976, 61 years later, that President Gerald Ford, the 38th President of the United States, officially recognized Black History Month. Since 1976, every U.S. president has officially designated the month of February as Black History Month. Other countries around the world, including Canada and the United Kingdom, also devote a month to celebrate Black history. February is a short but very significant and powerful month in its designation as Black History Month. Here are a few Black history notes. On February 25th, Hiram R. Revels, first Black U.S. Senator, took oath of office in 1870. The Black History Month 2024 theme is African Americans and the Arts. On March 1st, Howard University, Washington, D.C. was chartered in 1867. This leads us to the month of March, when we celebrate another one of my favorite months, Virgin Islands History Month. In celebration of Black history and the upcoming Virgin Islands History Month, the Office of Carla Joseph, my office, is now accepting applications for the submittal of artwork from our young people to depict characters and heroes who celebrate Black or Virgin Islands history. This is our 4th annual art competition. So we're asking parents, guardians, teachers of middle school students from the St. Thomas to St. John district to please contact my office or look up all of the rules on the website at senatorcarlajoseph.com. Last week on Thursday, February 22nd, St. Lucian celebrated its Independence Day. We say happy St. Lucia Independence Day to all St. Lucians everywhere, especially to those who are living here in the Virgin Islands. On February 22nd, 1979, St. Lucia achieved its complete independence from the United Kingdom under the leadership of Sir John Compton of the Conservative United Workers' Party, UWP. Happy Independence Day, St. Lucia. Finally, I extend hearty congratulations to my office's Chief of Staff, Ms. Delika Callwood, who was wed this past Saturday on February 24th to Kilani Daniel. My office and family definitely wish them all the best with much love on their union and bid them to enjoy their honeymoon. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed to roll call.
Senator Samuel, carry on.
One moment. Media?
Hello?
Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
kindly proceed to roll call.
Sure. Senator Samuel, carry on. Senator Carry On, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. I'm here. Senator Ray Fonseca, present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, absent. One second. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Here. Senator Gittins, present. Senator Javon James Sr. Present. Senator Javon James Sr. present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Here. Senator Potter, present. Madam Chair, 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum. Are there any correspondences, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Kindly read the correspondence into the record.
Davis Management and Consulting Service and Real Estate, February 19, 2024.
One moment for me, Madam Clerk. There are correspondences relative to any correspondence relative to anyone being absent or tardy, specifically.
Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00804. February the 27th, 2024. Honorable Carla J. Joseph, 35th Legislature, Chairman on Government Operation, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Greetings, Senator Joseph. Please note for the record, I will be tardy to the Committee on Government Operation, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection scheduled for 11:30 a.m. on Tuesday, February the 27th, 2024, in the Albee Athlete Chambers due to a previous scheduled appointment. I will arrive as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Regard, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, 35th Legislature, Member, Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, testifiers, for being here. Thank you, colleagues, for being here. It's definitely a great day in the Virgin Islands as we close and end Black History Month. Who speaks to this bill? Oh, Madam Clerk, my apologies. Can you read today's agenda?
The Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection has scheduled a meeting for 11:30 a.m. on Tuesday, February the 27th, 2024, in the Albee at the Legislative Hall in St. Thomas. The purpose of the meeting is to receive testimony and consider the following legislative measure. Block 1, 11:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0323, an act renaming a portion of Gamle Guard, William A. Industrial Street. Invited testifiers, Honorable Lisa Alejandro, Commissioner, Department of Property and Procurement. Roosevelt Sensi David, former Senator. Dr. Andrea Dorsey, resident. Pastor Angela Rawlins, resident. Dr. Josette Ray, resident. Dr. Joseline Rey-Sutton, resident. Lunch, 11 p.m. to 2 p.m. Block 2, 2 p.m. to 3 p.m., 3:30 p.m. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0226, an act amending Title 16 Virgin Island Code, Chapter 13, Chapter 1, Section 345, subsection C, by requiring the minimum child support amount to be $100 per month. Invited testifier, Ms. Kathryn B. Jensen-deLugo, IVD Director, Virgin Island Department of Justice, Division of Paternity and Child Support. Block 3, 3:30 p.m. Block 3, 3:30 p.m. to 5 p.m. The committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0107, an act posthumously honoring and commending Ms. Fenella Cooper for her contribution to the field of education, sports, and culture, and naming the UVI tennis courts in her honor. Invited testifiers, Dr. David Hall, S.J.D., President, University of the Virgin Islands, Dr. Sharon Charles, resident, Dr. Nicole Sims, Assistant Commissioner, VI Department of Health, Dr. George Newton, retired educator and tennis professional, Mr. Gerald Walters, District Science Coordinator, Virgin Island Department of Education. That's end the reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for reading today's agenda into the record. Who speaks to Bill number 35-0223? Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your introduction of Bill number 35-0223.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good morning to my colleagues and also to the testifiers and also to the listening and viewing audience. It is my esteemed pleasure this morning to introduce Bill number 35-0223, an act renaming a portion of Gamle Guard as the William A. Industrial Street. Bishop Dr. William Alfred Industrious was born on March 3rd, 1928, to the late James Industrious and Carmelita Hodge Industrious. But being born in King Garden, Bay of Tatola, wasn't enough for this gentleman. This fine gentleman went on to be an entrepreneur, and I would say a very big entrepreneur with a great heart, as a taxi driver. Not only was he an entrepreneur, but he was also, and he still is, a strong man of God. Everyone will know that the dear bishop, he is still as a pastor for the Christian Unity Church. He, over his lifetime, over 60 years in ministry, he has participated in various ministry, namely choir, board member, teacher, which is a very highly elevated position, evangelist, soloist, that means he can sing, and I know probably better than many of my colleagues, and assistant pastor. And in 1986, he began his work as a pastor of the Christian Unity Church, and under his tutelage, and this is the fruits of his labor, ministerial units were established which consisted of youth and women ministries, radio broadcasting, prison, hospital ministries, and he led a team of believers to minister to the poor, prisoners, youth, and anyone who had a problem. He didn't stop there. He also drove and transported free of charge parishioners to and from the church. And that, of course, is because he's a taxi driver. He could do that. And he used that avenue to serve God diligently. In addition, he mentored many individuals, and many of them have emerged as pastors leading their own ministry, both locally and abroad. On May 22nd of 2004, May 22nd of 2004, because of his diligent work in the vineyard and teaching and preaching and serving the poor within our community, Pastor Industrious was bestowed the very privileged honor of an honorary doctorate of divinity degree from Ebenezer Bible Institute for his exemplary service, leadership, role, and community involvement. Additionally, what I really appreciate about this fine man of God is that he has as his epitome of creating opportunities in the midst of challenges. We need a lot of more men of God to be rising up to do the same, while having made a long-lasting impact on building global leaders for generations to come. His message to others is that success begins and ends with honoring and living by God's word. And when one does so, everything that one does in life will always matter, as it is important to one's growth and success in life, and one's life will be blessed. That is why he is incredibly blessed, and I know that this coming Sunday, March 3rd, he is highly blessed and favored, because should our God, and I know our God is going to keep him, he will be of that esteemed age of 95. And as we look at where I want to see if media could pull up, the area we're going to rename in his honor, and I do have a few clarifying amendments that I would like to offer at the appropriate time once I get it from legal counsel. Media, can you pull up the map? That area that is highlighted there in yellow is where I am proposing, and I would love my colleagues to join me in renaming that street in the honor of this great man who has done so much great things for our community, and it will be named the Bishop Dr. William A. Industrious Street. So colleagues, it is located in front, directly in front of the Christian Unity Church, and it ends at the intersection of Gamle Garda and the General Garda. So that is when you're coming down Weeks and Weeks Bakery, that whole road. For us who still use lay terms and and areas to identify places. So that road will be named. That church has been in existence for a number of decades. And in fact, the good bishop it should be credited with building that whole facility, and it's a beautiful sanctuary. It even accommodates individuals who are disabled. It has a really nice elevator. I've been there. I worship there. It's a really great ministry of God on that street. And it is very fitting that we name this street in his honor because of all of the great work he as well as members of his church have done. So colleagues, I'm asking for your support. I'm asking that you also sign on to the bill and give your support to this true man of God who has been very diligent in this vineyard, in this season of time, in winning souls to God and in feeding the needy in our community. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph, for your introduction of Bill number 35-0223. Before we get into the reading of the testimonies, I would like to take this time to acknowledge the presence of Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, who is participating via video teleconference. Thank you, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, for being here. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, are you there? Are you still there? And if so, can you just acknowledge your presence? Okay, moving right along. So we will just treat it as if she's not here, but we are seeing her name on the screen, and I will just taking the time to acknowledge her presence on the screen, but we'll get to that later. So let's get to the best part of the day, the testimonies. We will start with a reading of the testimony. In any specific order, no? Well, we just start with introducing yourself. Testifiers, can you introduce yourself? We will start with my left. Start with my left, and then we'll go to the right. From my left?
Ms. Rawlins.
Yes, you.
Mm-hmm. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Javon James, and our Honorable Senator and Legislative Secretary Carla Joseph, and all the senators that are in attendance. I think it is a great opportunity for me to testify on behalf of our dear Bishop, Dr. William A.
One second. Just kindly state your name and your title.
My name is Angela Rawlins, and I'm the pastor of the Christian Unity Church. I'm also a businesswoman in this community for over 40 years as I pioneered the Bunker Hill Hotel. So, thank you.
And thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. I am Dr. Andrea Dorsey, the granddaughter of Bishop Dr. William A. Industrious.
Thank you. And we will start with the reading of the testimony, once again, starting from my left.
Okay.
All right.
Well, again, I am grateful for this opportunity that I could testify on behalf of our dear Bishop, Dr. William Alfred Industrious, whom I have known from a young woman in my 20s to today, present. I have sat under his ministry for over 40 years, of which 34 of them have been at our present location, the Christian Unity Church, at 6B Gamle Garda. Bishop Industrious is a man that is well loved and respected by the people of the Virgin Islands, and especially those in the Christian community. For the past 32 years, his broadcast, Jesus is Alive and Well, can be heard on WSTA radio every Sunday morning from 6 to 6:30 a.m. I have known him to be a kind, dependable, hardworking, and honest man of God, a great role model, a father
Okay, I
figure,
thought they were in a meeting. Okay.
and a
all
friend.
right. I thought they were
Hold
in
on
a
one
meeting.
second. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Media, if you can just mute that, please.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Pastor.
Yes.
Can we mute Teams, please? My apologies. You may proceed.
As I said, I have known him to be a kind, dependable, hardworking, and honest man of God, a great role model, a father figure, and a friend. This is such a great honor for him to be recognized in such a manner, and I am proud of all that he has accomplished over the years. I thank all of those who made this day possible, that this portion of 6B Gamle Garda can be named in his honor. And I have known him since 1987 personally, and it's a long time. I have sat on that ministry, and I am well pleased.
Thank you for your testimony, Pastor Angela Rawlins. And we may proceed with the next testifier,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Dorsey.
Thank you, Senator. Good day to the Honorable Caller Joseph, members of the 35th Legislative Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, the listening and viewing audience, family, friends, and acquaintances. I am Dr. Andrea Dorsey, the granddaughter of the esteemed Bishop Dr. William A. Industrious. As a professor, an entrepreneur, and the founder of a nonprofit organization focused on the holistic development of youths in the community, I have followed in my grandfather's footsteps. We share similarities as servant leaders who empower others through teaching and training. It is with great honor that I testify in support of Bill number 35-0223, an act renaming a portion of Gamle Garda to Bishop Dr. William A. Industrious Street. First of all, I would like to thank Almighty God for his goodness and for guiding and leading us through all of our experiences. I would also like to extend gratitude to Senator Caller Joseph for her diligence in working to initiate this bill and making it as a reality, as well as to all of the committee members. A lifestyle of faith and a love for family. From a qualitative research approach, I will examine and reflect upon my early childhood experiences from the thematic framework of a firm foundation within the context of faith, family, and empowerment. My family support system consisted of my parents and grandparents, of whom my grandmother, the late Regina Bratwitt Industrious, passed away approximately 5 years ago. They played an integral role in establishing a lifestyle of a faith-based background through a rich godly heritage for our family circle. As a family man, our grandfather is a dedicated and loyal person who loved and provided for his family from humble beginnings. His residence started out living in Savannah, Barracks Yard, previously located on the waterfront where the Superior Court now exists, Oswald Harris Court, to his present residence in Smith Bay. His tenacity to his family was displayed in honoring and living by the principles of the Word of God. Alongside his wife, he would have family devotions with his 7 children at 5 a.m. to teach them the biblical principles and spend time in prayer. To him, it was important for his children to know that God should be the center of their lives and to live by his teachings. An example would be the family norm of a typical Sunday in the life of my grandfather. His day consisted of leaving his Smith Bay residence around 7:30 a.m. with some of his grandchildren in his vehicle. Every week, my siblings and cousins enjoyed a signature island tour, traveling throughout various neighborhoods on the island of St. Thomas, providing transportation services for persons who attended the church. My grandfather would proceed to Plaza Extra and purchase assorted drinks so that everyone would have a drink and pastries that he collected from the generous donations of bakeries on Saturday afternoons. He made his timely pickup to open the door of the Christian Unity Church located in Savannah. It was imperative that Sunday school started at 9:30 a.m. to remain on schedule for the church service at 11 a.m. On any given Sunday, my grandfather delivered a message of conviction of God's goodness and saving grace for an hour or more, followed by a compelling sound of the alarm to accept the Lord Jesus as one's Savior. Now, if it was a regular Sunday, departure from the church would be after 1 p.m. along the highway route to ensure that everyone returns safely to their doorsteps unless someone in need of family counseling or access to resources would result in delay from heading home due to his commitment to addressing the needs of others by my grandfather. He would also divert to visit his aged mother, who lived on Nada Hill, so that his grandchildren could greet her regularly. He returned home around 2:30 p.m. Later in the evening, he would leave home again around 6:30 p.m. to transport people to the church service, which started at 7:30 p.m. and lasted until approximately 10 p.m. A desire for empowerment. Our grandfather has demonstrated a strong sense of empowerment of other people as well as himself. He worked for various organizations and became self-employed. His taxi business allowed him to become an ambassador of the Virgin Islands. He was also an entrepreneur with his wife for many years. Upon his retirement, my grandfather went to assist Industrious Auto Repairs and Parts, Inc., working closely with his son and grandchildren, doing many duties to keep himself relevant and enjoy the company of his family while greeting all the customers who stopped by. While working full-time as a taxi driver to provide for his 7 children, he also served others through ministry free of charge because he would always emphasize that the gospel cannot be purchased. It was freely given to humanity. My grandfather, Bishop Dr. Industrious, loved people, regardless of their diverse backgrounds or socioeconomic levels. His church family became an integral part of his life. So focused on his God-given vision, my grandfather would utilize weeknights participating in broadcast services, aired on the local radio station for over 30 years, teaching and training church members to become ministry leaders and ministers of the gospel, and providing biblical counseling services to persons in areas of healthy relationships, illnesses, loss of loved ones, or financial hardship. He is truly a full-time philanthropist. Despite my grandfather experiencing 3 major heart procedures, 2 broken legs at the same time, contracting the COVID-19 virus, and the recent loss of his wife of 68 years, he remained resilient to his calling as a servant leader. He held on to his life of faith and the healing power of God through it all, surrounded by the love of both his family and church family. as I encounter people in the community, personal experiences are shared pertaining to my grandfather's generosity and kindness towards them, ranging from individuals of single-parent households to those who arrived in the Virgin Islands from other neighboring islands. In addition to sacrificing his time, he believed so strongly in ensuring that the Christian Unity Church building would be completely built before leaving this earth. My grandfather sacrificed family resources to ensure that sufficient funding was made available for what has become known as the beautiful structure in the Savannah community, serving as a beacon of hope for many. His volunteerism for serving persons within the community led to the bestowed of an honorary doctorate of divinity degree from Ebenezer Bible Institute for his exemplary service, leadership role, and community involvement under the leadership of Dr. Josette Ray, leaving a legacy. In regular conversations, my grandfather would remind his family that this church and the people he served for approximately 60 years are integral aspects of his legacy. We appreciate his leadership team, who continues to make his vision a reality under the lead pastor, Angela Rawlins of Christian Unity Church, who has been and is still a source of inspiration and support for him over the past 40+ years. At this moment, our immediate family, which consists of 4 generations, 7 children, 29 grandchildren, 42 great-grandchildren, and 2 great-great-grandchildren, and in-laws, is honored to ensure that he has been given the flowers he deserves while he is still here with us, so that he may know that his labor was not in vain. He is the epitome of a standard of excellence, humility, and being sold out for the gospel. May his legacy live on through his family and the lives touched both locally and abroad. Grandfather, we all salute you on an exemplary job well done before your Heavenly Father, your family, and our community. We would like to express once again our sincere appreciation to Senator Carla Joseph, her team, and the 35th Legislative Body for the opportunity to be part of the process of honoring our father and grandfather, Bishop Dr. William A. Industrious. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dorsey, for that powerful testimony.
Thank you.
We have 3 additional testimonies, which will be read by the clerk. So, Madam Clerk.
Davis Management and Consulting Service Real Estate, February the 19th, 2024. I am humbly but excited that I have been asked to support an initiative gearing toward naming a portion of a particular road at Gamle in the Savannah community in honor of an extraordinary, distinguished, powerful man of God, Bishop William Industrious. I have known this reputable gentleman for decades, personally, professionally, and spiritually, and I can attest to the fact without equivocation that Pastor Industrious has significantly and unselfishly contributed to the uplifting of this community. He has consistently demonstrated an impeccable character in living his life in a manner which has inspired others to emulate him. Bishop William Industrious had always lived a life with a sense of purpose, and this is one of the many reasons I have no reservation in endorsing this important prospective legislative action. This gentleman is a perfect fit. Simultaneously, I commend Senator Carla Joseph for her vision, along with the other colleagues who supported this measure. As an outstanding businessman and leader, in the taxi industry, Mr. Industrial voluntarily took on an ambassador role, which provided him with a unique opportunity to enrich the traveling experience for thousands of tourists and other visitors alike, which I believe has helped the Virgin Islands to maintain itself as a perfect destination. Having traveled all possible roads during time he drove for a living, his influential professional has been able to convince policy makers to ensure the public roads were adequately maintained, as there is a direct connection between good road and repeat visitors to the island. Bishop Industries has amplified vision, courage, and love for mankind. Though he is the co-founder of Christian Unity Church at 6B, Gamle, in the heart of Savannah, which is instilled greater confidence in residents that the community is a safe place to visit, walk, live, and worship. This possible step brought about more extensions for church members, shoppers, friends, and family to the community. Under the leadership of this genuine and dynamic bishop, for the Christian Unity Church provide itself in helping to magnify the cleanliness of the neighborhood. Accordingly, because of the above and a lot of more, I have joined the numerous voices in support of the legislation to name an area of the road in the Gamle in the honor of Bishop William Industry. Sincerely, Roosevelt St. C. David, former senator.
You may proceed with the next testimony. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Life embrace, power expand. The Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Legislative Secretary, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Senator Joseph, as I sit down to pen this tribute to Reverend Dr. William A. Industry, my heart swells with a profound sense of respect and affection. Since our path first crossed in 1967 on the vibrant island of St. Thomas, where I hereby spoke English, your wisdom has been a tall star to me. Through the decade, our journey intertwined as vine grow steadily across a strong oak. You are that oak, Dr. Industrial, grounding many of us in the faith and purpose. Your ministry has been a testimony to God's love, a lighthouse guiding wandering ship to safe harbor. Remember the countless conversation under the Caribbean sun where you advise help shape my world view. You may not realize this, Dr. Industrious, but your world was like thread and strictly woven into the transparency to my life, establishing the very landscape of my spirituality. Your name, Industrious, stands as a pillar of your character, ever-present, sturdy, and compassionate. You haven't simply preached gospel, you live it among us, making the world flesh through act of service or kindness and of unparalleled commitment to our community. In a mutual embrace, I celebrate you not as a colleague in faith, but as the spiritual head of our extended family, a family that spans beyond biological to encompass all those touched by your profound empathy and careless devotion. As we honor and name a street after you, now that it's more than a more symbol of recognition. It is signify the permanent trail you blaze in our heart and its legacy in this community. Your name will be passed down with reservation, a constant reminder of the difference one righteous man can make. Thank you, dear friend, for being guided force, for your unyielding zeal for the ward, and your endorsing love that has uplifted so many souls. Your impact is as endurable as the memories we share and as contributors as ministry you cherish so dearly. May this honor reflect the magnitude of your influence and the depth of your great gratitude, Dr. Reverend William Industrious, in celebrating you as we reform our commitment to the internal value you install within us. With this unmostly esteem and boundless love, Dr. Josette Ray.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I think we have some additional testimonies. Thank you thus far. You may proceed.
Life, embrace, empower, expanded. Dear Senator.
One second. Let's try again.
Life, embrace, empowered, expanded. Dear Senator Joseph.
Madam Clerk, try to, bring the mic a little closer. Media, we're acknowledging the second mic. Bring the mic.
This- Good enough? Okay. Dear Senator Joseph, writing the testimony for Reverend Dr. William A. Industrious is an honor. His name reflects his unwavering commitment and tireless work in the ministry. To many, including myself, he is not just a pastor, but just a spiritual grandfather, a beacon of wisdom whose guidance is both a compass and a comfort in the journey of faith. Dr. Reverend Industrious has been an integral part of my spiritual journey. His vast experience and deep understanding of the words have been instrumental in my development as a minister. His nurturing approach to leadership is reminiscent of my grandfather's embrace. It's warm, encouraging, and empowering. His dedication to God's works has been nothing short of inspiring. The willingness of his ministry to embrace me has been an important milestone in my life. It is a gesture that speaks volumes of his character. In the words where competition overshadows commodities, Dr. Industrious stands out as a pillar of support and a mentor who generously rejoices in his success of others. I celebrate Dr. Industrious not just for his achievement and accolades he has righteously earned, but for his selfless, steadfast contribution to the lives he touches. His footprint in the spiritual landscape is deep and enduring, and the ripple effect of his ministries reach far and wide. May his legacy continue to flourish as he reaches this remarkable milestone. His commitment to serving God and his people is a testament to life well lived for a higher calling. Thank you, Reverend Dr. Industrious, for all that you have, for all that you are, and all you have, for all you are, all you have done. Your spiritual lineage will continue to bear fruits for the generation to come. Respectfully, Reverend Dr. Joseline Rey-Sutton, Apostle of the Life Church International.
Thank you once again, Madam Clerk, and I think this is the last one. We have one more.
Yes. Lisa M. Alejandro, the Committee of Government, Operation, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Albee Atley Legislature Chamber, February the 27th, 2024. Bill number 35-0223. Good morning, Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairwoman of the Committee of Government Operation, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and sponsor of Bill number 35-0223. Members of the Committee of Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, Consumer Protection, non-committee members of the 35th Legislature, fellow testifier, and the viewing and listening audience. I am Lisa Maria Alejandro, a former parishioner of the Christian Unity Church and spiritual daughter of the Most Reverend Bishop Dr. William A. Industry. Unfortunately, I am unable to attend to the hearing due to a schedule conflict. However, it is without reservation and my absolute pleasure to submit this written testimony on behalf of Bishop William A. Industries at the Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Consider him for Bill number 35-0223, an act renaming a portion of Gamle God of his honor, the William A. Industries Street. I first had the pleasure of meeting Bishop Industries at the tender age of 16 as pastor of the Christian Unity Church. Bishop Industries devoted much of his time and resources to the youth ministry. As our strength, advocate, and supporter, Bishop Industries created opportunity for the youth ministry by engaging them to every aspect of service, community, and ministry. His dedication and unselfish act of charity nurture generation of pastors and ministers who, if they were asked to provide testimony today, this chamber would not be able to contain them. I vividly recall how Bishop Industries used the transport, the parishioner and visitors, and to fund every church service. Sometimes he made 3 or 4 bus trips while having to officiate or deliver the sermon that morning or evening. It is imperative to note the many times Bishop Industries had to walk to church after parking his safari at the Market Square or waterfront because there was no parking along Gamle God Street. However, over time, his humbly Christ-like chairman won the heart of Gamle God community. Thus, they will give up their parking space during service hours to secure a parking space for Bishop. Industrial. Yet again, I recall the time when you could find Bishop Industries along the street of Gamle God, sweeping the walkway and sidewalk because he regards it as his neighborhood and community, and he expects nothing less of his congregation. Bishop Industries' unwavering dedication to God, people, church, and the community is contagious and inspiring. I believe the fondest and most notable of Bishop Industries' attribute resides in his ability to foster peace among all people, displaying the integrity of our Lord's sermon. Blessed are the peacemaker, though he remain a mentor spiritually father, as many include those of us who were brought up under his steadfast leadership and sound knowledge of the Word of God. My husband, Pastor Thomas Alejandro, and I consider ourselves fortunate to have been brought up under this humble, caring, and respectable servants of God, who hands bound us together in marriage and continue to be a beacon of light to our family and congregation. It is therefore without debate that I support and recognize the purpose of Bill number 35-0223, which aim to honor Virgin Islands such as Most Reverend Bishop Dr. William A. Industries, who are to better our healthier community and the Virgin Islands. Madam Chair, this concludes my testimony, and thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to present on this occasion.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for reading that testimony. Or I should say thank you, Madam Clerks, for reading the testimonies. We really appreciate it. Before we get into the line of questioning, on our round of questioning, I would like to acknowledge those individuals in the gallery. Thank you for being here. We really do appreciate it. And for the little one, don't worry, you could cry a little bit. You're innocent. You will not be held accountable. Thank you for being in the Senate chambers. So with that said, we will start off with a 3-minute round, starting with Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. I'm accustomed to say Madam Chair in this committee, but of course our chairwoman is the bill sponsor. Congratulations to the bill sponsor. I am definitely in support of this bill to bestow the honor on the Reverend Bishop Alfred Industrious. Of course, you know, the good Lord has blessed him. We continue to give thanks and praises to the Most High through the Father, the Son, Jesus Christ, the Holy Ghost. Glory be to God. Amen. Well, Sapopa, you know, this here is such an honor to actually be able to have Mr. Industrious here, to be able to listen to this testimony at 95 years. See, we only got 3 minutes. I would have liked to ask him to come to the well. And of course, I'd like to congratulate Ms. Rawlins and also all of the testimony. We got testimony from Lisa Alejandro, Senator Roosevelt David, Dr. Joseph Ray, and of course the granddaughter Andrea. And I think we got one of the great-granddaughter. I see a little cute little one there. You know, I want to know how you go from riding a donkey to driving a champagne Lexus. Ain't nobody else in this community, or very few, could say they owned a donkey and now they own a Lexus. Congratulations, Pupa, you know, to the whole posse, to Frankie, Ariel Brathwaite, Kubo, Fishai, you know, the 7 kids, 4 boys, 3 girls. I went to school with Gino and Regina Industrious, and of course I worked with Regina when she was in Department of Health. All of these is my family, you know. I's a Brathwaite, so this is my family. As a matter of fact, Mr. Industrious will tell you he's good friends of my uncle Glanny Fonseca, growing up there in Cane Bay, Tatola. Cane Garden Bay, Tatola, yes, blessing. Thank you, Madam Chair. Congratulations in order for Bishop Dr. Industrious, all the accolades. I just wanted to quickly go to granddaughter Andrea. Tell me one of the things that you most remember growing up with grandpa in the church, a church experience.
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Andrea Dorsey. It was truly an honor to observe my grandfather over the years engage in every aspect of the service. As the testimony indicated, watching him be there before the church members would join, opening the church, making sure that the delicacies are made available, watching him become extremely engaged in presenting the principles of the Word of God, being amongst my cousins as well as my siblings, and being a part of that experience week in, week out for years. It was truly an honor.
Thank you, thank you. And you know, last Sunday, I went to Pastor Lisa Alejandro Church. Thomas Alejandro delivered the sermon. And we know you had the fete there in Savannah in the church. So I have a birthday cake for you. I'm going to deliver it to you. this weekend. This is a real blessing of the Lord where someone can... someone can live such a fruitful life of contributions and service to the church and to the community as a whole. Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
And thank you for your words, Pupa. I think I saw Senator Alma Francis Heiliger on the screen. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, if you can just say something, let us know you're there.
Yes, I've been here.
Thank you. So we will record her as present, and you can just give us the new tally.
Mr. Chair, 7 present.
Thank you. We have a full complement here today. It's a great day. We will proceed now with Senator Samuel Kanri-Young.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues, staff, testifiers, people in the chambers here, and viewing and listening audience. Indeed, it's a great day. It's a great day when we can recognize one of our own. And it's not every day we have this opportunity to acknowledge a man of integrity and a man that we heard by a testimony, a man of faith that has given so much to this community. And I think what also fills me with great pleasure is the fact that he is still here among us at the age of 95. So that's a blessing in itself. So I'm honored. I'm honored to hear the testimonies. And I commend the sponsor of this measure for recognizing the work, the contribution, the labor of faith and love that over the years Bishop Dr. Industrious has sown into our territory. And I'm pretty sure if everyone would have an opportunity to testify, we would see the many fruits of his labor in the lives that he has touched, and those that are active in ministry, and those that are serving our community because of his example. So this is a great day indeed. I want to ask Pastor Rawlins, what can you share with us? I know I heard your testimony, but from the Reverend, what stands out the most and the impact he has had in your life?
Not only, Pastor Rawlins, not only has he been a great spiritual leader, I commend him for his bravery. When a lot of people would not like to go to Savannah or to be around because they think it's a dangerous place, I have seen my bishop speak to young men that were giving trouble in the neighborhood, stand up toe-to-toe and face-to-face. When we would tremble, Bishop, don't go out there, please. He would say, no, you cannot carry on with this type of behavior around this church or in the back of the church. It doesn't matter what time of the night or the day. He demanded a respect for the house of God. And that today I can say that place is free from all loitering, because the church goes from Gamle Garter and it goes to the back of the block on Rosen. And this gentleman has cleaned up the area. And I thank God for his bravery as a man of God. Thank you.
Well, thank you for sharing. 68 years married. Wow, and so many years, more than 40 years of ministry is incredible. If I may, Mr. Chair,
you may wrap up.
If his granddaughter, Dr. Dorsey, can also share with us the same question.
Sure. I have a great sense of appreciation for the life he lived before all of us. Watching him take the time to invest into his family, starting with his children, followed by his grandchildren. I've observed him along with my late grandmothers spend time regularly as well as daily, I would say, taking time to pray, sometimes 3 times a day, specifically for their family members, for being protected, as well as for their provision, as well as for their souls. So I have watched them live this life. I have also watched them continue to stand with great conviction on their belief. And that in itself continues to be a guiding compass for all of us as we make decisions daily. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Next up, we have Senator Milton Potter, followed by Senator Giddens.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues, and a special good morning to our testifiers, who really are 2 of my favorite people, to be perfectly honest. Dr. Andrea Dorsey, who I had the pleasure of being an instructor to at the University of the Virgin Islands, and of course, the one and only Dr. Angela Rawlins, who's been a close friend to our family for a number of years. You know, I've always said that it is the responsibility of progressive communities to honor and commend their own for achievements of excellence. When they have made contributions above and beyond the call of duty, because if we don't recognize our own, who will? Who else will? So I want to really extend kudos to the bill sponsor for having the vision and the wisdom to select Dr. Industrious, Bishop Dr. William Industrious, to receive this honor. It is definitely well-deserved. I wanted to ask just 2 questions, and since Bishop Industrious isn't in the hot seat, I'm going to rely on the 2 ladies who have stepped forward to represent him. This question: do you know what motivated Bishop Industrious to become a pastor? That's the first one, and dedicate his life to helping others. The second question is, what would you consider to be Bishop Industrious's greatest achievement during his time as a pastor?
Pastor Rawlins here. From October, he would always tell us, from October the 2nd, 1958, when he accepted the Lord as his personal Lord and Savior, at 12 o'clock noon, on the waterfront where the federal building is, where he used to live, he has kept a conviction of throwing his cigarettes out the window on the waterfront into the water, never to put a cigarette in his mouth again. Wow. And to live that life, he lived a life exemplary, as you heard his granddaughter and I would hear his children say. To wake you up at 4 and 4:30 in the morning to have studies. He was a man of a deep conviction, and I appreciate that of him. In the church, it's the same. He run the church with an iron fist. He meant respect for the house of God, and he still does. God bless.
Thank you.
Dr. Andrea Dorsey, I would definitely echo similar sentiments of Pastor Rawlins to say that his motivation for being a pastor, of course, would be when his own life was saved, when he accepted the call of Jesus Christ into his life and continued to live day by day with a strong conviction that it has totally transformed his life. He continues to share about the goodness of God as it pertains to all the challenges that I've shared in the testimony and his ability to overcome it, and he would always credit it to the grace of God and the saving knowledge of who Jesus Christ is. Pertaining to his greatest achievement, I would continue to observe that it would be his opportunity to preach the gospel in order to help bring people to the realization of a need for a Savior, as well as his love for his family and the continued progress on a daily basis. He has an undeniable love for his family, along with his church family, and the successful completion of the Christian Unity Church, which was his lifelong dream. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My father-in-law actually was a member of the church before he passed.
Yeah.
And just the warmth and the love that he had for Pastor Industrious and the congregation was incredible. Thank you very much for the leeway, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter, for your line of questioning. Senator Giddens, Majority Leader, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Thank you for those moving testimonies this morning. And especially a warm welcome to the young 95-year-old amongst us. I love when we give the roses, when we could smell them, when we could feel them. This is truly an honor, and I wholeheartedly am looking forward to supporting this to the end. I would like to make a pitch that once we have fully put this in place, that the administration will work feverishly in erecting the necessary signage so that you can also participate in that amongst us. In having discussions like these, I was looking for even, I thought that the Commissioner of Property and Procurement was going to testify in her capacity, but I saw that her testimony was based on her being a former parishioner. Because if my memory serves me correct, because that's why I would ask you to place on the record, Bill Sponsor, the exact location, that this area is considered to be in our historic downtown area, correct? Testifier?
Yes,
Doctor?
yes, it is.
Anyone?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So I just wanted to make sure that we are on our P's and Q's with regards to even the historic preservation and whatnot. You know, I've been on this historic preservation thing because we need to make our towns look a little more presentable. So in keeping with their duties and responsibilities as well, I'm thinking that, you know, while we're renaming our streets in the St. Thomas district, you know that we've maintained the names of Danish names. And so I'm just hoping and praying that the historic preservation wouldn't have a problem with us doing this renaming, and that we should incorporate the historic preservation to ensure that the signage that we'll be putting up will be in concert with what they want our downtown area to look like. But again, I'm definitely looking forward to supporting this measure through the end, and I'm just saying going forward, hopefully we too will have a conversation with the historic preservation so that as we do the renaming of these streets in the downtown area, that they are also in concert and that we get the correct signs to put up in our downtown. Congratulations, Bishop, and to the family as well. I love the village. Continue to take care of him as he took care of you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations, Madam Sponsor.
Thank you, Senate Majority Leader Gittins. Next, we have Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Good afternoon to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers, to the honoree. First, I would like to say I'm very happy that, again, we are able to give people their flowers while they're living. I, too, grew up in the Savannah area. For those of you might assume we only have 2 Savanneros. It's actually 3. I was born, raised, christened, everything in the church, literally on the same similar stretch, Church of God of Prophecy. and my dad, Frank's barbershop, was always in Savannah. So we lived there, worked there, worship in that area. So it's truly a blessing to know that we're definitely going to be taking this time out to honor Reverend Bishop Dr. William Industrious. I am very familiar with the church as it was in the same similar area, and I am happy to know that we are taking this time out. But the questions I would like to ask to the testifiers, could you share with me one word that you would attribute to Dr. Industrious when it came to who you think he exemplified as a person?
Pastor Rawlins. He exemplifies his name, industrious, hard-working, dedicated individual with a deep conviction. And for the years that I have known him to be a man of deep, deep conviction. And that's what I appreciate. He doesn't like to start anything that he does not finish. He's that kind of a man of God. So I thank God when I see his steadfastness, how he stands, how he presents himself. I am blessed to be under his ministry.
His granddaughter, she can share her thoughts.
Dr. Andrea Dorsey, I echo similar sentiments of Pastor Rawlins. The word choice for me would be resilient. Despite all the challenges that I have observed of my grandfather, he remains consistent with his belief. Even if it might not be the most popular opinion, he remains steadfast and his actions aligned with his belief and his strong conviction. As a result, he maintained a stable force for our family as well as the Christian community.
Time.
Thank you.
If you want to say more.
Well, I just heard my time was called, so I want to say thank you for this opportunity to just ask the testifiers some questions, and I will definitely be voting in the affirmative for this piece of legislation, and I hope that Dr. Industrious, like my previous colleague said, we have an opportunity to do this for him post haste. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. I will proceed with my 3 minutes, and then I will be followed by the sponsor of the measure, the Honorable Senator Carla Joseph. So, my question to Pastor Angela Rawlins. As far as individual in which you're honoring it here today, Mr. Industrious, can you speak to some of his good deeds as far as involvement with youth and programs, and for the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands, specifically St. Thomas, I would like to hear some of those involvement in which he had.
In addition to nurturing one of the largest group of young people in a church, at one time we may have had more than 50 youth from Eudora Ken High School. Every year, he would take them to the beach, interact, speak into their lives. And as a matter of fact, 30 of them are coming in starting tomorrow to be a part of his celebration. They are evangelists. They'll be speaking and preaching Fridays, Sunday morning, and then again at the luncheon at the Westin. He has always loved young people, and he's still loving on them. He speaks into their lives all the time, and this is one of the things. I met him when I was in my 20s, a young woman, and here I am on the cusp of starting a 70-year. Yes, and I'm still under his ministry, and I find no fault really in him. He's He's not perfect, but he's as near perfect as I would like a man of God to be. God bless.
Thank you for placing that on the record, and I have a challenge for you.
Yes, sir.
If you can send us an invite. Yeah, send some invites. I would like to be there. It's so timely as we honor him and you speak of the things in which not just him, but the entire team will be doing this week. It speaks to his commitment, especially at his age. And I'm only 36. At some point, I wish to be your age and to have the wisdom that you have. And not just wisdom, but to be able to impact lives. You know, many times we have individuals who are honored. I'm not saying that this is better than any other individual. But when you see individuals in the gallery, I know people here, they have work, they have all kind of things to do. But they found it fitting to be here, and it speaks to the impact you had on individuals' lives. You know, many times I saw where it may be a funeral for a person who have been very active, and when you go to the funeral, you can count on one hand how many individuals are there. I experienced that just the other day, without calling individuals' name. But it's not about death, it's about life and what you have done while you're alive. And I want to say thank you, even though I don't know you like that, but by the testimonies, I can say for sure, and with your age, you have done something right. So thank you. I don't want to abuse my time. We will proceed with Senator Carla Joseph, who is the sponsor of this measure.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Based on all that we have heard today about the Most Reverend Bishop Dr. William A. Industrious, we can all affirm and declare, as Paul did in 1 Timothy chapter 1, verse 12, to express his gratitude to God's mercy, that I thank Christ Jesus our Lord, who has given me the strength to do his work. We heard today all the work the Most Reverend has done in the span of 94 years. Many of us don't reach that level. We are promised 70, and he has lived beyond. And even his seeds, his legacy have become blessed because of the work that he has done. This is how you live, and you are rewarded with long life. Not only you, but your children, your descendants, your seeds, by the work that you do. I want to ask a question of the daughter, Dr. Dorsey. It must have been very challenging for you and your mother and even the family to see that he's going out there fearlessly doing all of this work. Was there any time in your lives that you felt that he gave more to persons who were not of your blood relations than he did to the family?
Thank you, Senator. Dr. Andrea Dorsey. I think that in terms of his generosity, yes, most definitely, my grandfather has gave tremendously throughout the community. We are much aware of that. I've heard stories from his children, what it was like in terms of his selflessness to the community, and we have also observed it as individuals continuously would share with us throughout the community his generosity, how he helped them as they came to the Virgin Islands, or even individuals coming from single-parent households, and how he was extremely generous to the point of being a father figure. So we know that he has sown so many blessings, and as you have indicated, we are tremendously blessed as a result of it. Thank you.
Pastor Rawlins, you wanted to add
Time.
something? Mr. Chair, thank you kindly.
Yes,
for allowing me
Pastor
to-
Rawlins. And with all that he has contributed, he has never received a salary and never wanted to take one from the church. So all the transportation, all the giving and helping he has done from his own pockets.
And even building a church.
Yes.
And the man of the hour, Most Reverend Bishop Dr. William A. Industrious. You have indeed been industrious. I know about that last name. Been industrious and been very diligent in your work here on this vineyard and in this time and season that our God could call you and you could be considered trustworthy and appointed to serve God. How have you, what can you tell our listening audience are some of the, just one key point, and how we can live and be better human beings while we are here on earth?
Good afternoon, Senators and Senator Joseph. My heart is so filled today that I lost for words to hear the many testimony concerning my life and the little that I have done in this life. What I did is because of the love that I find in Jesus. In 1958, I was living right there where the federal building is. Lockhart had the lumber yard there, and he had some houses there. We're living right down to the sea. And 12 o'clock, I had two Christians come to my home and talk to me and introduce Christ to me. I was gladly accept the call. And when I accept the call, my life was changed completely from the way I was living. Gambling, smoking, drinking as a young man. Immediately, everything that I used to do was gone, had no desire. Plane ticket, everything went, that desire went for me. And I understand who Jesus was, looking at the crucifixion and see what he went through in order to redeem one like me. It gave me a complete change and a different outlook on life. And from that, I just started with the gospel. I had a family. And I just started dedicating my life to the Lord. I was working at that time to Virgin Island Hotel. At that time, it was just Virgin Island Hotel. I was working there as a waiter. And every time I was working in the room service, and every time that breakfast over, I go under the pool. And I poured my heart to God, and I said, God, I want to know you. I want to know more about you. I love you because you first loved me and you gave your life for me. And Lord, I want you to help me because I want to give my life to you and help others to know you as who you are. And with that time, I sell out my life to Christ. And sometimes I ask myself how I do it, because I testify and tell the church all the time. When I get saved, I couldn't read the Bible. Many people say the Bible written by man. Yes, it is being wrote by man. But my Bible tells me there was inspiration by God. God tell them what to write the Bible is. And if you got any doubt that the Bible is not true, you just look at what we happening today. Everything in the Bible, we're seeing it happening today, right before our face. And I understand the Bible is true. And I get a love to go out to help people, to try to understand the life that they're living is not worth it without Christ. Christ is all the answer that we need in this life. When I look at the news many times and I see people who have millions of dollars and don't got no peace, gotta take drugs to have peace in everything. My heart grieves because Jesus paid a terrible price for us. If he didn't pay that price, none of us will be saved because we are born in sin, shaped in iniquity. We all born there because of our foreparents. And we were so low. But he so loved us that he gave his life. And I decide that I will do my best for the Lord. And as the Lord continue to help me and give me the vision, I still go out and do my best. You hear my testimony. I had my family, but I didn't neglect going out and trying to help young people, especially young people, because I see where the young people was going, and I realized that the young people is the future of our community. And I want to let them know it got something better than what they're looking for out there. The answer is Christ. Regardless of where you got, friend, the answer is Christ. Without Christ, better you're never born. Because he's the one that died for us, that made us there. And God has helped me. I'm so thankful for my pastor. This lady been with me over 40 years, and she stayed with me, and she has been a great help to me in this gospel. And I just give God praise, and I want to thank Senator Joseph and all you senators for your encouragement today. What I hear from you all, I don't deserve it. All the praise belongs to God. Without him, I could have done nothing. And I'm glad that you all agree today to leave a legacy for me that even when I'm gone, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, so many people in this community know me. And the pastor street, they will remember me. I put up a church there, and I know that by God's help, it will be there as a memorial for lots of people. And my hope and love that it will continue to be a hospital for people that is not saved, because we gotta get saved. That's why Jesus died for, to save us and take us home to him one day. And I'm so grateful for all of you today, and Senator Joseph. I don't know, I said to myself, I don't know who watching me in this community. When my granddaughter tell me I got to come here before you all today, what are you doing for me? I'm just wondering who it is watching me in this community to think so much about me, to put a legacy for me for the balance of my life and my life to come for all my family and my friend. I'm grateful to every one of you, and I thank God for this great opportunity. By the way, I want you to know that I'm not here by chance. You're looking at a miracle. I had heart trouble 2001. And I went to Puerto Rico, had a heart operation. They put in 4 bypass in my heart. 2 didn't work. And I went back to Pleiades 2001. And my heart stopped twice. My pastor here is a witness. When I come from Puerto Rico the last time, my stomach was so raw, all it shocked me to bring me back to life. From that operation, since then, the doctor was in my heart 4 times, so it's 6 times the doctor was in my heart. But I'm still here, and all my desire is to preach this gospel. Let people know God is real. God is real. You can rely on His promises. And I'm not here for a purpose. I'm not here by chance, and my purpose is to reach as many people, and especially young people, because they're the future of this legislature. And I thank you all for all what you said about me today. And by God's grace, I'll continue to live the life and do whatever I can in this community that we'll have young people. We all know, and we see it every day about the young people. So we got to help them in every way which good. And I can tell you the only answer is Jesus. This legislature can appropriate money to do all kind of recreation that can change people's life. The only thing can change your life is Jesus Christ, nothing else. Thank you all.
Amen.
And thank you for your service to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I want to say something quickly, and then we will continue with today's hearing. I just want to confirm from Pastor Angela Rawlins. You said he never took a salary?
Pastor Rawlins, he never took a salary.
And that means a lot. Today, I'm happy I'm here today. Usually, sometimes we Skype and we do it from St. Croix. But something told me to come today, and I needed to hear this. We needed to hear this. So I want to say thank you. But to Bishop Dr. William Industrious, I would like you to take this time to just relay a message to the youth of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and you can go right ahead. What message you have for the youth of the U.S. Virgin Islands? And you may proceed.
My message to them.
Come closer.
My message to the young people of this island, I want them to stop, listen, and open their heart to understand that this life is not all. The Bible tells us we have 2 appointments, and we can't escape none of them. The Bible tells us God promises death, and after death there is a judgment. I look at it, if we have a case, we go to get the best lawyer we can to help us. And we're only going to have one lawyer in that case. His name is Jesus. No one else will be able to say nothing. Mother can't say nothing for her children. Husband can't say nothing for his wife. Brother can't say nothing. You alone got to stand before God to give account of the life He gave you. And my message is to them, stop and think the life worth more than anything. One of the things those encourage me a lot Jesus himself asked the question, what is the profit if a man should gain this whole world and lose his soul? Or what can he give in exchange for his soul? And I always tell in the church, what in St. Thomas alone, if you had what St. Thomas alone have in cash, in what is not even a drop in the bucket to this whole world. So you must understand how precious your soul was. And that's my question to them, and that's my advice to them. Stop and think, because one day they have to leave this world. And what going to be the profit? You live this world and lose your soul. That's why Jesus died. Thank you, sir.
And thank you to the doctors for taking care of your heart.
Yeah.
We really appreciate those doctors. I was told that we have one more individual who just joined us via feed. Oh, it was read into the record. Okay, but we just want to acknowledge the presence of that individual. I think it's Dr. Joseline Rey-Sutton.
Yes.
Thank you for being here. That individual just tuned in, but earlier we had Madam Clerk read that testimony, so we just want to acknowledge that person's presence. I will give a quick, Madam Clerk? You had something to say, a quick point of information from Senator Carla Joseph, and then we will take a vote.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to quickly note one of my favorite hymns, and this is something that you exemplify, Bishop. Rise up, O men of God, have done with lesser things. Give heart and mind and soul and strength to serve the King of Kings. Colleagues, I ask you and I urge you to join me on this bill, in support of this bill, and to favorably approve it in this committee when we move it. So I want to just say thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph, the Honorable Senator Carla Joseph. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, our Finance Chair. Do you have any words for us today?
Absolutely.
You're recognized for 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. I'm a little out of breath because I ran up the stairs. Whew. So I couldn't miss this because this young man, I know him from the time I was a very, very little girl going to Apostolic Faith Church. That's when they were down. We used to call it Blading Church back in the day. So I know this family very well. They're like family to me and my mom. So I don't really have a lot to say other than to thank Senator Joseph for recognizing the tremendous work of, I'm going to call him Pastor Industrious. Pastor Industrious. I'm going to call him that because that's what I know him as. He's really been a tremendous leader here in the territory for a very long time, particularly in the St. Thomas, St. John district. And while our families may have lost touch because we've gone in different directions as it relates to the churches that we attend, you're still very near and dear to my mother, Miss Iris. So I had to come upstairs. I run upstairs. I was like, they ain't finished yet, right? So I want to offer my congratulations to you and your family and your children, everybody, the whole posse, the industrious posse large. Okay, so and your granddaughter is, interestingly enough, has connected with my daughter and she does a lot of work with my daughter, Alani Gregory. And I see your granddaughter, and I still call her Little Miss Joy. I see her, and she's actually one of my women in the spotlight for my upcoming International Women's Day. So you have two whammies, double whammies. So congratulations, and congratulations to Senator Carla J. Joseph for recognizing the importance of those that ensure that we continue to understand the importance of leaning on the Lord in our lives, because as we do this work in this particular institution and as leaders in the U.S. Virgin Islands, there are times when we think we can lean onto our own understanding. But truth be told, God is the Alpha and the Omega, and we have to be reminded of that often. So congratulations to you and your family, and congratulations to the Gamle Street being named the William A. Industrious Street, and the appropriation that they asked for, the appropriation of $5,000 to ensure that we make the signage happen. Congratulations to you and your family. And you guys should be very proud to have a dad, a grandfather, a uncle, a brother, etc., like Mr. Industrious. So congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Donna Frey Gregory. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of our Senate President of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Senate President Nobel Francis Jr., and you will be recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands, and of course, a pleasant good afternoon to Mr. William Industrious and his family. It is certainly a pleasure to be here today, and my colleague before me just talked about the need for prayers. I just came over on a flight, and when that started to hit some bumps, I said an extra dose of prayer myself in getting here. But I truly want to, of course, commend the bill sponsor. I've had the opportunity to work in this district going back to the 90s, and I've worked with some industrialists myself, and certainly Mr. Dorsey and other family members. So I'm delighted to be here today to pay tribute to the patriarch of the industrious family, and to congratulate you and thank you for your contributions. 95 years is no easy feat. That's a lot of years. So we are delighted to have you around this long, and that you continue to be able to express yourself. That's truly an honor, and like you say, you give all of the praise and glory to the Almighty for having you here today. So it's only fitting that I be here and really to be able to recognize you. A lot of times, I often say in these nominations of individuals to be recognized and resolutions so that we can name streets after them, we get a lot of blame. We get a lot of said that we're busy just passing resolution. But if we don't recognize those individuals that pay tribute to this community, who will? So it's important that we do that regardless of what the naysayers may say. It's important that we continue to do that. Because we want to know that as you move through this community, as you pay tribute and honor for all of these years, this 95 years that you have been able to contribute to this community, that in fact, you want to leave a legacy for the remainder of your family, that well beyond at this time, that in fact will continue to remember you. So again, I commend the bill sponsor. I'm not a member of this committee, but I know from all of the comments that I've heard thus far that this will be moved and sailed through this committee. And of course, when it gets to the other committees and eventually to session where I'll get to vote on this measure, I will be voting in the affirmative. It is a pleasure to be here. Good afternoon again to Mr. Industrious. So glad to have you here. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senate President, for being here and for being a part of this discussion. Before we entertain a motion, I would give each testifier 30 seconds to place some closing remarks. And we'll save the best for last. Mr. Industrious, Pastor Industrious, you will go last. So, Pastor Angela Rawlins, you may proceed with your remarks.
Well, Pastor Rawlins, I thank all that is associated with this bill, and especially for the Honorable Carla Joseph for bringing it to the floor. I thank all of you for recognizing our bishop, a man of integrity. I know that this is going to really go down very good with the church family because we love him very much. The community loves him a lot. And he is an upstanding man of God. And as I said before, for over 40 years, refusing to take a salary. It doesn't happen in this community to go down like that. Never asked for a dime. I think this is so appropriate for what you are doing for him. And I pray that men who aspire to be in this gospel will take a page from this book and have their names also written down in the annals of time. Thank you so much for this day.
And thank you as well, because you are a part of the team.
Dr. Andrea Dorsey, on behalf of my grandfather's 7 children, Julian, Jean, Bridget Joy, Russell, Melva, Sonia Faye, and Regina, and the entire family circle, I would like to extend our deepest appreciation to Senator Carla Joseph and all committee members for your support as well as your vote of confidence today. From his humble beginnings of leaving school early to financially assisting his mother, as well as being able to reach to the point of living a full life filled with honor and blessings, my grandfather has touched many hearts and lives. Within the next 5 days, he will be celebrating his 95th birthday. And yet he remains full of life with a strong commitment to the work of the kingdom of God. His undeniable love for this community and living by biblical principles is certain and evident in everything he did and illustrated the characteristics of a servant leader. Thank you for allowing us to share with the community and honor the life and legacy of my grandfather, Bishop Dr. William A. Industrious. Thank you.
And last but not least, Bishop Dr. William Industrious. You may proceed with your closing remarks.
As I said, I'm so lost for word today. And my heart is so full to sit here and listen to everybody talk about me. I just want to give God the praise, the glory, and the honor, what he has done in my life and what he is doing. I'd just like to touch one point on my pastor. She let you know, I in this gospel, I didn't come in this gospel for money. I come in the gospel with a desire to see soul born into the kingdom. So I don't take money. I put in money. And I'm so glad that when I start this work, I had a board and I let them to know that this gospel ain't for money. God gave us his gift free. I realize the gospel need money, keep the lights on, a place for worship and everything, but he gave me a mandate how to get the money. Teach the people to pay the tithes. I don't beg. I don't tell a member bring 5 cents. We work just as the Bible said, the people, we instruct them. You want to be blessed? Pay your tithes. That's what the Bible demands. 10% of every dollar belongs to God. That's to carry on his work. So I don't agree with people just, I look at it so dangerous because some family don't got a home. They got 3, 4 children. They got to pay house rent. And pastor is just digging in the pocket and taking their life away from them. And they're checking it's not right. The Bible don't support it. So this gospel is so precious to me that money is no part of mine in the gospel. And I'm so glad my pastor, come on, she take the same road. She don't collect a dime for her service in the Lord. We're doing the Lord a service. We're doing the community a service. And our desire is to see soul born into the kingdom. So I want you all to pray for me, call my name before God, that God will continue to use the rest of my days. I don't know how long I'm going to be. Sunday I'll be 95 years old. And when I look at myself, 86, 2 broken foot, I walking without a stick. I'm not walking bent over. It got to be God. And I'm so grateful to what God has done for me and what he's doing in my life. So that's my message. And I want to thank Senator Collins so much. Sister Joseph, so much. Even for thinking about me, I don't know if she's been checking on me, and I don't know. But I want to thank her for bringing this bill to the floor, and I thank every senator today to our sister to leave this legacy for my children and the grandchildren and the community. God bless everyone.
Thank you, Bishop Dr. William Industrious. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35-0223, an act renaming a portion of Gamble Gada, William A. Industrious Street, be voted upon favorably in this committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0223, an act renaming a portion of Gamble Gada, William A. Industrial Street, was properly moved by Senator Carla Joseph, seconded by Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Gittins, Senator Milton Potter, Senator Carrie Young, and Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Roll call.
Senator Samuel Carrion? Yes. Senator Carrion, present? Yea. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yea. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger?
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger? Yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins?
Yes.
Senator Gittins? Yes. Senator Javon E. James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr.? Yes. Senator Carla J. Joseph?
Yes.
Senator Joseph? Yes. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter? Yes. Mr. Chair, 7 present.
Thank you, Madam.
Mr. Chair, 7 yeas.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0223, an act renaming a portion of Gamble Gada, William A. Industrial Street, has been properly moved in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs and Consumer Protection, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Chairman.
Point of personal privilege, Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. I want to take this opportunity to definitely thank my colleagues for voting in the affirmative on this piece of legislation. I want to also thank Ms. Aquila Jackson, your granddaughter, Bishop, for working behind the scenes with me up until yesterday. We do have some amendment. I do have an amendment. It's not ready right now to put to the bill to just refine it a little bit, to include your date of birth and where you were born and just a little bit of, cleaning up. But she worked tirelessly with me, and I really want to appreciate that. And of course, to thank you and thank the Most High, all-powerful God for keeping you and giving you the strength to be here today. I hope to be there on Sunday for the celebration. I love celebration. When you do celebrate your 95th birthday. Thank you so much, colleagues, and thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. Congratulations to the sponsor of the measure. Thank you to the testifiers for being here. And once again, thank you to Bishop William Industrious for his service to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands and for more years to come. May God continue to bless the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and thank you for the individuals who we have here in the gallery who witnessed this here today and all who have been listening. The committee will now stand in recess. Yeah.
It's the nature of man. It's the earth man. Rasta man. I listen to the first. What is a Rasta man?
G6 Production.
The Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection is out of recess. We had a very great discussion earlier today pertaining to Bill number 35-0223, an act renaming a portion of Gamble Gada, William A. Industrial Street, sponsored by yours truly, Senator Carla Joseph. And that measure was passed and has now been moved to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Next up, we're going to hear another item on the agenda, and I'm going to kindly ask the Madam Clerk, hailing from the District of St. Croix, to read the next item on the agenda.
Block number 2, the committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0226, an act amending Title 16, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter 1, Section 345, Subsection C, by requiring the minimum child support amount to be $100 per month. This bill is sponsored by Senator Carla J. Joseph. Invited to testify, Ms. Kathryn B. Jensen-deLugo, Director, Virgin Islands Department of Justice, Division of Paternity and Child Support.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any correspondence to be read into the record?
None for this block, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to Bill number 35-0226?
I do.
Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized.
I do, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you so kindly. Mr. Chairman and colleagues, I rise today as the sponsor of Bill number 35-0226 to provide for a minimum monthly payment of child support for the children in single-parent homes for our Virgin Islands children, wherever they may be, across the Virgin Islands community and our nation. Child support can be a very sensitive matter. It is a family matter. Some say let the family take care of its family matters, and some matters should not have to be legislated. I don't think so. Anything that concerns a family concerns all of we here in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and in fact, all of us in the nation. In this instance, as it relates to legislation setting the minimum child support for Virgin Islands children, I am moving this measure to provide the assistance our children need and require, and that is money, that is necessary to provide for the children or the child within a single family home. Why do we create laws? There are several reasons we do so. In this instance, we create laws to ensure accountability, stability, equality, and access to justice for all. Having a child is a lifetime commitment. I can attest to it, and all of my colleagues here can attest to it. As a parent, we support and provide for our children until they can provide for themselves. And even after that, sometimes we still help give it them that upper leg, that push, so that they can get there. In a household with children, there are several needs for taking care of a child. One parent should never have to bear the full costs and all the costs of taking care of a child alone. There is always a need, and I dare say that the need begins before infancy, from a mother's pregnancy. When a child is born, the child must be sheltered, fed, clothed, and provided for in many ways. So today, we are going to have a very good, robust discussion regarding parents who are the non-custodial parent and their ability to pay their fair share, to address issues that we have witnessed ourselves and has been very much accounted for and documented recently in the kids count, where we see a high percentage of our young people, the least among us, our young children, who are living in poverty. A number of them are living with a single parent household. And that is one of the reasons that we have a lot of our challenges, our social challenges, because non-custodial parents are reluctant, and sometimes they don't even show the documentation for their income so that they can support their child. This child wasn't created by the custodial parent by themselves. It takes two to tango, and it takes two still for us to be able to reproduce. So we want to see that justice is served, and individuals are paying their fair share. Child support is important because it helps to maintain a child's living standard and ensure that all basic needs are covered, such as shelter, food, and clothing. Child support is important because it helps to pay for children's education, including tuition, supplies, tutors, and other educational expenses. Child support is important because it helps to reduce poverty and financial insecurity among children and parents receiving support. Colleagues, I ask for your support of this bill. I will be bringing an amendment in the nature of a substitute based on my discussion with the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, Division of Paternity and Child Support, which is really a key word is default. So when these individuals who are the non-custodial parent default, that we are increasing the amount from $250 to $350 because our children deserve this. They deserve it. They are innocent. So colleagues, I'm hoping that and praying that you will support me on this initiative to provide for a minimum monthly payment to support our children. And I want to thank you in advance for your support on behalf of our children in the Virgin Islands in single-parent homes and the single parents raising children without financial assistance or adequate assistance from the non-custodial parent. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman and colleagues.
Thank you for that introduction. We will now proceed with receiving testimony from our testifiers. We have a director before us, and I will give you this opportunity to put your name and title on the record.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Kathryn Jensen-deLugo. I'm the 4D Program Director, also known as Paternity and Child Support.
Sir.
Good afternoon, Senator. My name is Ian Clement. I am the Deputy Attorney General for St. Thomas, St. John, and Water Island.
Thank you both for being here. Director, you may now proceed with your testimony.
Kathryn Jensen-deLugo, I believe the deputy is going to start the testimony and I'll come in afterwards.
Stand corrected. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair Joseph, Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection members, legislative staff, and the viewing and listening audience. My name is Ian Clement. I am the Deputy Attorney General for the District of St. Thomas, St. John, and Water Island. On behalf of Attorney General Ariel Smith, the Virgin Islands Department of Justice is pleased to provide a few remarks regarding proposed bill number 35-0226. Here with me today is Kathryn Jensen-deLugo, the 4D Program Director of Paternity and Child Support Division for the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, who will be providing testimony. Director DeLugo.
Once again, good afternoon. My name is Kathryn Jensen-deLugo, 4D Program Director. Bill number 350226, as amended and proposed by Senator Carla J. Joseph, seeks to amend Title 16 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Section 345, to add a subsection F which would establish a minimum default monthly child support amount for parents who fail to provide the financial information necessary to compute the child support obligation provided for in 16 VI Code, Section 345C. The Department of Justice has done a preliminary review and offers the following comments. As an agency relegated to only administrative remedies, the 4D program must be fully supported by legislation that strengthens program efforts to ensure the children of this territory receive the full benefit of support to which they are entitled. Bill number 350226 is the most meaningful proposed child support legislation I can recall from recent years. Because child support is based on the ability to pay, there can be no minimum child support where the non-custodial parent has received reasonable notice of a hearing and has appeared for a hearing. The Office of Child Support Services set this standard based on guidance outlined in Turner v. Rogers. Parties must demonstrate their ability to pay based on the collection of financial data relative to income, earnings, and expenditures to help ensure fair and reasonable child support obligations. Administrative hearing officers gather information from employers, testimony, and the parties to determine fair child support. Over the last 15 years, we have seen an increase in failures to appear for hearings and failures to present requested financial information despite proper and timely service of process, and an increase in parents with a substantial income derived from cash-based operations. Often this is done to subvert the required calculation process and, in doing so, receive a default order that includes a support amount that is more favorable than they would have received based on actual income information. The Virgin Islands Child Support Guidelines currently state, and I quote, "In cases where the respondent has been duly served and fails or refuses to appear or otherwise answer, and in the event the Paternity and Child Support Division, Court of the Administrative Hearing Officer, cannot obtain independent evidence of income via testimony, affidavit, or subpoena, a temporary default child support order shall be entered against him or her for a minimal sum of $250 for the first child and $60 for each additional child." If approved, the proposed legislation would increase the default minimum sum of child support from $250 to $350 per month for the first child and from $60 to $75 per month for each additional child. The amounts proposed in Bill number 35-0226 would be controlling and override the current minimums listed in the child support guidelines. It is important to note that these statutory minimums are to be used only when a parent fails to provide the financial information necessary to compute the child support amount provided for in the Virgin Islands Code. Once awarded, a default order becomes permanent after 2 years without satisfactory evidence of income. Individuals who make a living on the underground economy, those who receive cash payments in exchange for services, reap the benefit of this minimal amount. At the same time, custodial parents struggle to feed, house, and clothe their children as the cost of living continues to rise. This situation is not exclusive to the Virgin Islands. During the Region 2 4D Directors meeting held in Boston, Massachusetts on September 13th and 14th of 2023, other states and territories expressed concerns about obtaining sufficient income information from self-employed non-custodial parents. In speaking with my colleague from Puerto Rico, it is clear that they face the same challenge with the underground economy. When income is unreported, it is extremely difficult to obtain accurate financial information upon which child support orders are based. With that being said, I would consider also noting in the language in the child support guidelines, language from Bill number 35-0226 to emphasize a minimum default monthly child support amount should only be used when a duly served parent fails or refuses to appear or otherwise produce requested financial information. In cases where financial information, including income, earnings, and expenditures, has been provided, the rules and formulas in the child support guidelines should be used. As amended, the Paternity and Child Support Division supports Bill number 35-0226. I look forward to new and updated legislation to provide more support to the 4D program and the children of the Virgin Islands. With that, I would like to thank the committee for allowing the Department of Justice to testify on Bill number 35-0226. This concludes our formal remarks, and we stand ready to respond to any questions this body may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And this will be a nice conversation here today. Very nice conversation. And as you speak about a nice conversation, we are going to get into a round of questioning, and we will have a 4-minute round. So Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. Hold on. Yes. The majority leader has a great point. We're going to do 5 minutes, because this is a very great discussion, and we do not want to rush it. This will impact lives. So Ray Fonseca, Senator Ray Fonseca, yes, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. I'm so accustomed to saying Madam Chair with this committee, but of course the bill sponsor is the Honorable Senator Carla Joseph, and congratulations once again. This is definitely needed. I am in support of Bill number 35-0226. But I got a couple questions, because, this is one area that I don't know nothing about. I have 4 sons, and I never been to a child support office. Of course, I take parenthood very serious, because, it takes a village to raise a child, and definitely the mother and the father, And this here emphasizes the issues where a parent, it's not gender, does not, pay the amount. So let me ask you real quick. So the payment now is going to go from a minimum of $250 to a minimum of $350. Is that correct, Ms. DeLugo, Director DeLugo?
Kathryn Jensen-deLugo, 4D Director. I need to be very clear, Senator, in my response. This does not adjust a minimal child support monthly amount. This addresses a minimum default amount.
Wow.
We can't legislate a minimum child support amount based on the guidance in Turner v. Rogers.
Okay, so the minimal default now is $250?
Yes, Senator.
And it'll go to $350?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and that's for the first child. Okay, so let me ask you, since you mentioned that, suppose a particular parent even fails to pay the minimum default amount. What are the penalties and what are enforcement actions that are available within the law right now?
Good question, Senator. Kathryn Jensen-deLugo, 4D Director. The current enforcement measures for the child support program are all administrative. At $500, the person gets reported, and I'm talking about arrears. When they reach $500 in arrears, they're reported to Credit Bureau. The next set of enforcement sets in at $2,500 in arrears, and that calls for all license revocations, driver's license, hunter's license, any boat license, captain license, any licensing may be restricted after $2,500. Also passports and tax intercept. If you're getting a tax refund, that gets intercepted as well.
Okay, there's a specific case here that a lady came to my office, right? She has 3 kids for a particular gentleman, right? And he's a famous DJ, but he hasn't paid the child support, but his parent died and the house is still in the father's name, but he is the one collecting the rent. So We know the guy, he's earning money. Is there anything, how can we fix that by legislation? Because he is collecting rent from his father's building. He has 3 children with the mother, and she's struggling. So how can we fix that?
So, Senator, I can't speak to the particular case because I would need to know the case,
Okay,
which we won't discuss in
Mr.
public.
Lugo. I'm going to call you, yes.
However, after we have exhausted, and this is in the Title 16 in the VI Code, after we have exhausted all our administrative remedies, the case can go before an order to show cause before the Superior Court.
Okay.
That would be the next step.
Okay, and I'm in full support of this because in the Virgin Islands, raising a child is very, very expensive, and this is the least that we can do to make sure that the child is provided with the basic means. But I have another question. Like I said, I don't know much about this. How long does the child support payments last? Until what age of the child?
Which child support payments end at the age of 18, which is the emancipation age, or 22, if there's proof provided that the child is attending college on a regular basis.
All right, that's what I wanted to make sure, that it will continue until the child goes to college.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, that's very good. One particular question now, suppose a parent was behind and they lose the passport, because I understand you to lose your passport and all kind of thing, and they made good. What is the process to make sure that they can now, if they made good, what is the process that they can now be made whole and get their documents back? They go to child support, they go to lieutenant. What's the process?
Senator Fonseca, 1 second, and you will answer in the chair's time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Jensen-deLugo, 4D Director. So in the case where somebody lost their passport or any other license, once they have made themselves whole, in particular with the passport situation, they can go and apply for their passport. If they get a letter from the passport agency saying, go and see your child support office, they submit the letter for us, and we have a liaison in Washington, D.C., and we call the liaison, and their passport is released.
Okay.
They have to do it within 90 days of receipt of the letter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Point of information from the Senate President Noel Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Director DeLugo, for the benefit of those listening, as well as for myself, my edification of myself, can you define default in this sense? When you refer to the term default, you mentioned during your testimony of the minimum default child support order. Can you define default for me, please? Thank you.
Senator, I'm going to defer to Attorney Clement.
Senator Ian Clement, Deputy Attorney General. In this context, a default is a failure to appear for a duly noticed hearing in order to determine the proper amount of child support.
Thank you, and that's after obviously consideration that there was proper notification and everything else that was made.
Yes, Senator.
And it's just for one appearance that's required to then engage default, or we need multiple appearance or requests? Can you clarify that for me, please? At what point do you determine that a person may be in default?
Kathryn Jensen-deLugo, 4D Director. Once the person is duly served and failed to appear the first time, the default is in place because they were duly served.
Thank you, Senate President. I think I heard another point of information from our majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all again. I'm just trying to get some clarification here, and thank you, Mr. President, for getting that definition on default as well. But in looking at the bill before us, 0226, it speaks to the child support amount being no less than $100 per month. But we're receiving testimony and information here now on minimum default penalty from $250 to $350. What is the actual discussion here so that I can know how to proceed? And this is also based on what I read before and the testimony that I heard just now.
And hold on. Is that to the testifiers?
No, I'm just trying to get clarity from the chair, so when I ask my line of questioning,
So what we would do is we get a point of information from Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Carla Joseph, you have anything you want to say?
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much, Mr. Majority Leader. I had hoped that I had clarified that in my opening remarks, but I thank you for this opportunity to do so. On February 1st of this year, I had an opportunity after I had drafted a bill and it was a pro forma to have a really in-depth discussion with Director DeLugo. And based on their recommendation and based on Turner versus Rogers, we shifted the bill to, in a nature of a substitute, an amendment in a nature of a substitute will be offered for this bill at the appropriate time. It has been duly circulated, and that is what they recommended would be the most appropriate method of attacking this issue. I hope that clarifies it for you, Mr. Majority Leader. So at the appropriate time, I will be offering amendment number 35-661, which has been properly circulated since last week.
Thank you, and it's good to be clear ahead of time because here it is, read into the agenda. We are to be discussing bill number 35-0226, yet still we're discussing something that has not been properly offered and brought to the floor yet. So thank you for that. I just want to know so that as I proceed with my line of questioning, because I have a lot of questions for the Paternity and Child Support Division. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Giddens. I would like to also acknowledge the presence of our Vice President, Senator Marvin Blyden. Thank you for being here. We have a point of information from Senator Donna Fred Gregory. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I too have a bit of confusion because when I was working on my review of this measure yesterday, I made my notes based on the correspondence or testimony from Kathryn Jensen-deLugo. And then I'm now seeing another, which is a total pivot to the first testimony. And I missed who testified. So who provided the testimony today? Ian Clement, Deputy Attorney General, or Kathryn Jensen, 4D Director?
I did, Senator.
So the testimony of Ian Clement is no longer valid?
Attorney Clement presented the first part of the testimony on behalf of the Attorney General and introduced me to deliver the testimony itself.
Okay, so then my question then is, because his testimony and yours seem to almost be conflicting a bit. Let me just read a little more. Yeah, seem like a little conflict. So could you clear that up? Is there any clarification that's needed? Please.
I'm not sure.
Senator, Deputy Attorney General Ian Clement.
Testifier, you were saying something?
I was just going to say that I just read the first part of our testimony was the first two paragraphs.
Okay.
And then
Okay, so it's two documents that came.
Okay.
One that says, I am so-and-so, Jensen, I am Clement. So I'm trying to verify or clarify which one is now the testimony of the Department of Justice, because the testimony that came from the 40 director is not the same testimony that you opened on. Which one is the testimony? I have the two of them here. This one and this one. None of this did not say revised, so that's where my confusion is. Am I making this up?
Hold on. The committee will stand in recess. The committee will stand in recess. The committee is now out of recess. Senator Donald Gregory, you were the last person to speak You were finished? Okay. So, for those who are just tuning in, we are now out of recess. We were discussing the testimony. The testimony was revised. We will proceed with the conversation here today. But before I get to the next senator, which is Senator Carrie Young, yes, as I said, ask if you're finished. But you had the mic.
Oh, just have
Kathryn Jensen-deLugo, Senator James, the testimony that was read into the record is the revised testimony.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Title 16, Chapter 13, Subchapter 1, Section 345C, right? It says, the Attorney General shall adopt the format and prescribe such rules and regulations as are necessary for the computation of child support amounts pursuant to the guidelines set forth herein, as well as such rules and regulations as are necessary to establish criteria allowing for determination, rebutting the presumptive guidelines established hereby. Is it possible you can forward that set of rules and regulations? Is it lengthy? Can you forward that to us?
Absolutely, Senator.
Please, I would like you to send it to the chair, and the chair will share it amongst us so we can have an understanding of what that looks like as far as determining the amount. Senator Carrie Young, you're now recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers. I'm glad we're having this discussion because I think there's a lot of, or I should say it's a good opportunity to be able to inform our community and educate our community a bit more as when it comes to the policies, procedures, and processes in the Division of Child Support. Now, Director, in your testimony, you mentioned that over the last 15 years, we have seen an increase in failures to appear for hearings and failures to present requested financial information, despite proper and timely service process, and an increase in parents without substantial income derived from cash-based operations. Do you have data to share with us when you say that there has been an increase? What should we compare it to? What's the data behind that? What's the percentage of increase you have seen in the last 15 years? How do you measure this?
Kathryn Jensen-deLugo, 4D Director. It's interesting you bring that up, Senator Carrion, because it's something that I discussed earlier. These are just observations that we've made. However, we do intend to start actually compiling data for it because it is important. What we know is what we observe on a daily basis when people have been duly served and they just don't show up for their hearing. What we've also observed is that a lot of it is cash-based income. And we do have a large underground economy. We see it every day. And we hear people, like I'm out, I hear people talking. Oh, don't worry, if you get served, don't go. All you got to pay is $250. Those things are out on the street. These guidelines, the last time they were reviewed was 2008. They're under review right now.
Okay. Well, thank you for your response, and I'm glad to hear that you understand the importance of data, especially for this body as we consider proposed legislations that are before us. We should be driven by data. But I appreciate your observation, of course, and the years of experience that you have within the department, sharing your observations. I don't disagree with what you're sharing based on your observations. But I'm glad to hear, hopefully the department will tighten up with providing data information, percentage, and numbers, because that would really help this body. So you also mentioned on the grounds, so currently it's $250. And what do you think that increasing by $100 would do for your department, you think that then individuals would then appear more and not be in default because the amount is higher? What level of impact you believe that this will do for you and then in effect for the children?
Kathryn Jensen-deLugo, 4D Director. So, Senator, if it were really up to me, it would be $1,000. I'm just being honest. But I think we're at a starting point. As I stated in my testimony, there has been no meaningful legislation for some time.
Let me ask you another question. Compared to other jurisdictions, what have you observed that they have implemented? What is their minimum default standard?
Every state differs. Some states are as high as $5,000. So they differ. Some states are lower than ours, some states are higher. It all depends on the GDP for the state, cost of living in the area, how they determine what their minimum and what their maximum is going to be.
I heard you also shared in your testimony prior, and based on that, let me ask you, what you shared was the penalties, right? And how you have different levels. What about the cases where individuals are in other jurisdiction, in other states, and if they're old child support in the Virgin Islands, what measure, if any, does your department do to ensure that we collect that on behalf of the Virgin Islands children?
Kathryn Jensen-deLugo, 4D Director. So, Senator, you're referring to interstate cases.
Yes.
And penalties and enforcement would depend on who has the controlling order. Is it our order or is it their order?
If it's our order.
If it's our order.
A non-custodial parent has traveled and is in another jurisdiction.
One person at a time, please. One person at a time. The Senator has the floor.
Time.
You may proceed, Senator, carry on.
If it's our order and the non-custodial parent has traveled and is in another jurisdiction working.
If it's our order, our rules apply. The same enforcement measures apply.
So the information is shared with that other jurisdiction?
Yes.
And very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Senator Carrion. Next in line, Senator Giddens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Direct questions. Do you handle interstate support matters, or is your office part of any interstate compact?
Kathryn Jensen-deLugo, 4D Director, yes.
Yes. Do you have an enforcement unit that works directly with the Paternity and Child Support Division at this time?
Jensen-deLugo, 4D Director, yes.
Okay, we know who you are now, so thank you.
Every time.
Now, as the primary child support entity in the Virgin Islands, what modern and dependable software systems do you work with right now that will connect all the dots and keep you up to date on payments, scheduled payments?
So, Senator, we still have the Child Support Territorial Automated Reporting System, commonly referred to as CSTARS. Within the CSTARS application...
No, just tell me what all you have.
CSTARS is a primary child support application.
Do you have access to NLETS, which is the National Law Enforcement Telecommunications System, and or NCIC, the National Crime Information System?
No, Senator, we do not. We have access to CLEAR.
Well, hopefully you will seek that access. The Department of Justice at one point had access to NCIC, correct? Yes or no?
NCIC, do you still have NCIC?
Yes, the answer is yes. Now, 16 Virgin Islands Code 374 also authorizes enforcement activities. Do you have anyone currently in the territory owing in excess of $2,500?
Yes.
And what have you done thus far to recoup any of those monies? Or have you filed anything with the courts to also have a suspension of their license, etc.? Because in 374, it speaks to the suspension of license.
License suspensions are forwarded to the Bureau of Motor Vehicles on an almost daily basis.
So, and what's the result of that? Are they suspended or not? Do they have to? Does this have to go through the court system, or the Bureau of Motor Vehicle can suspend these licenses?
Not through the court system. BMV can suspend based on the code.
They're authorized to do so. The subsection 378 speaks to new hire reporting and rehires. The Department of Labor is not here, and I would have loved to see the Department of Human Services here as well, but none of them are here. Is this information being shared with the Paternity and Child Support Division with regards to new hires or rehires?
Not on a regular basis.
Not on a regular basis. So what is being done? Because there's a $5,000 penalty for failure of any employer to not report this. So how are we handling this?
National Directory of New Hires information from the Department of Labor. I believe that they're working on a new system
So
that will interface with ours.
So let's come locally now. We could wait for the national one. What are we doing territorially to enforce this?
That's locally, Senator.
Okay, but you said national, so I want to be clear that you ain't waiting for nobody on the national level to enforce this.
No, it's local, Senator.
Thank you. Subsection 377 speaks to the Division of Paternity and Child Support being authorized and directed to enter into agreements with financial institutions doing business here in the territory and to develop and operate a data match system. Have you fulfilled this mandate thus far? And if so, what are some of the institutions you are working with?
Yes, Senator. I believe the last one we did last month was First Bank.
Let me stop you right there. I don't want you to believe. I want you to tell me what it is.
We do FIDMs with Banco Popular, First Bank, Merchants Bank, Bank of St. Croix.
Okay. And you have these agreements in place?
Yes, Senator.
Now, I'm going to bring you all back in the committee of jurisdiction, so make sure that you have these because I'm going to ask for these agreements.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm giving you a heads up. Subsection 376 speaks to liens for child support arrearages. Have the Department of the Division of Paternity and Child Support placed any liens for this purpose in the last 10 years at least?
No, Senator.
Why not?
Senator, I've been in the seat for 10 months. I can't respond to why not in the last 10 years.
You've been in the seat for 10 months.
Yes, Senator.
How long you been in paternity and child support?
With broken service, a total of 18 years.
Thank you. So don't tell me about 10 months. Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the appropriate time and when the amendment in the nature of a substitute is brought to the floor, I'll make a decision at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Quick question. In that same Title 16, there's a subsection E, and it says the Attorney General shall review and revise, if appropriate, the child support guidelines adopted pursuant to this section at least once every 4 years to ensure that the application results in the determination of appropriate support awards and to ensure that deviations from the guidelines are limited. And it goes on to say the review shall be based on an analysis of economic data on the cost of raising children and of case data gathered through sampling or other methodology. So my question is, when was the last time this was conducted as far as the review?
Jensen-deLugo, 4D Director. The last thing on record is 2008. However, Senator, we are engaged with the University of the Virgin Islands to conduct a guidelines review. All the Bureau of Economic Research information has already been obtained to that end.
Because that was my next question. My question was, what were the findings, and I would like for you to submit it to this chair, to this committee, I mean, because we have things in place, and I salute the sponsor of the measure, but we already have things in place. And if you're telling me since 2008, we need to know the findings based on the subject matter experts. So next in line, we have Senator Potter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues, and a special good afternoon to the folks from the Division of Paternity and Child Support and Justice. I wanted to ask you, Director, regarding the default minimum amount. Now, after the default minimum is imposed, because that happens when that person does not show up. He's given notice and he doesn't show. Once that default amount is imposed, at some point, can that person now provide their financial records? And if it's determined that you have no way of ascertaining whether or not my income is enough to sustain this $250 a month or whatever, is it then on the department to do the recalculations and withdraw the default amount and impose whatever the calculated amount is that shows that what you have the ability to pay? Is that how it?
Jensen-deLugo, 4D Director. That's exactly what happens or should happen in the case of a default. It is, we'll have to sit back and look at the data, as Senator Carrion said, once we impose a higher fee and see if we find a difference. Okay. Are people going to show up to their hearings if they have to pay this $350? Because when they come to the hearings, they bring their financial information. Everything is then recalculated based on their ability to pay.
Okay. So in theory, and I'm thinking that the higher fee should incentivize individuals to show up.
Yes, Senator.
So, I mean, is it going to really be a big difference between $250 and $350 if they're not showing up for $250, raising it just to $350? Is that going to do the job of, people saying, man, I'm going to have to pay a whole $350, so I better show up? Or wouldn't it be more likely if that fee were raised to something more significant that at least they would show? They would be more likely to show. I don't know.
Senator, it would be my pleasure for it to be more. But until we actually get a different figure in place and we start to collect data, we won't really know. I think what Senator Joseph has proposed is a good new starting point for us to see how we can incentivize people.
Gotcha.
Because if I only have to pay $250 when I can actually pay $1,000, I am not showing up to court. That's the mindset. And since it's been that way for so long, people are used to it. They know what it is. So we're trying to take it baby steps at a time. Like I said before, I would prefer that we're $1,000 because they'd be knocking down the door.
Exactly. I think that's a little more realistic in terms of incentivizing me to show up. That would get my attention, especially if I have noticed that this is what you will have to pay if you don't show. So anyway, just a thought. What measures do you currently have in place to address disputes or challenges that might arise between custodial and non-custodial parents regarding child support payments?
Senator, if you're referring to disputes of the parties when a child support amount is awarded, those are actually hashed out in court, in the administrative hearing court. Or once they receive their order, they can appeal their order, and that can be appealed to Superior Court as well.
Okay.
In the event that it's after the fact and someone has an order and it was never brought up in the hearing and they're just not paying or they have those internal issues, we can refer them to mediation services
Okay.
at no cost to them through the Access and Visitation Program.
Okay, I got you. So there's no real administrative law judge or something internally that navigates or deals with these types of dispute internally.
If they show up for their hearing and they present it before the administrative hearing officer, it can in fact be addressed there.
Okay, I got you. And if you have, and I know, and you mentioned earlier about persons who are self-employed. Did you say time?
Time was called, but you may wrap
It
up.
was. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Chair. When you have situations with individuals with varying, fluctuating salary amounts, they don't have a, at the end of the year at 1099, how do you determine what that person is capable of paying or what that person should be paying?
Senator, within the rules, there is a provision that if someone has let's say, a reduction in income, that they can apply for a modification based on that reduction in income, so long as it's 20% up or 20% down. It'll either be an upward mod or a lower mod. But there are provisions if somebody loses their job, they can come in and request a hearing and go before the hearing officer with proof that they've lost their job, and they get a reduction to $0, but they got to be searching for a job. So there's different provisions.
Thank you very much. I won't abuse my time anymore. Thank you very much for your generosity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Potter. 1 second, Senator Gittins. I'm reading amendment number 35.661, and I'm assuming all my colleagues have it, and if not, okay, all right. It says, any parent who fails to provide the financial information necessary to compute the child support amount provided for in subsection C shall pay a minimum default monthly child support of X, Y, and Z, right? So my question to you, based on the amendment, say for instance, and if this was addressed before, my apologies, if somebody said to themselves, you know what, this could be a loophole, let me just take this alternate route and just pay the minimum. What's your take on that?
Senator, that's why we're here today, because that's what's happening.
The amendment.
So the amendment speaks to minimum default monthly child support, if I have the same, okay. Any parent who fails to provide the financial information necessary to compute the child support amount provided for in subsection C shall pay a minimum default monthly child support of not less than $350 for the first child and $75 for each additional child. You're asking if there's a loophole to that?
Because if I'm making more, I can just say, you know what, I'm not going to comply. I just want to pay the bare minimum.
That's exactly why
that's what amendment is creating.
we're trying to raise it from $250 to $350 to try to incentivize those people to come in for their hearings.
Understood. Just want to make sure.
Okay.
Point of information. But hold on 1 second. 1 second, Senator Gittins. My apologies. So we're adding a section F. But nowhere unless it's in the internal policies, what you're talking about is in internal policies or another section of the code?
It's in the guidelines, Senator.
Okay, you see, I can't see that in front of me. So if you can just share that with us, because you're privy to that information, we are not. Okay, so Senator Gittins, you may proceed with your 5 minutes.
No, not 5 minutes. This is just a point of information.
Oh, my.
Yeah, but
point of information.
I would have taken the 5 minutes though. But I'm not a teacher, but I think that there's a difference between incentivizing and forcing compliance. And in this case, that's nothing to incentivize somebody to come in and pay. But what I wanted to ask was the previous speaker asked about the administrative judge, and you explained the process that all the applicant has to do is come in, apply for something, and they can get a hearing. How often are you holding hearings before this administrative judge? What does this look like, the time period if they were to ask for the hearing?
Senator, you're asking how long it takes them to get before the hearing officer if they do that modification request?
Yeah, what does this process looks like, especially if they have updated information that you all ain't going out there to get and they're bringing it right there on a hot platter for you?
Well, Senator, PCSD will collect that data and file it in the administrative hearing office, and they set their own schedule.
Thank you. File 13. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And my follow-up question to the majority leader is when was the last time child support cases were brought before the Superior Court by the Attorney General's office? Do we have a backlog of cases?
We do not have a backlog. I will have to get the information on the last time they went.
Okay. All right. We will proceed with Senator Francis Heiliger. Are you there?
Yes, I am. I'm right here.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the testifiers, to the people of the territory. When I originally received this piece of legislation, I did take the time out to do some research, and I was a little bit concerned initially at the attempt to make a default of only $100. I was concerned at it being, $3.33 a day in this modern day and age. But when I realized that with the amendment in the nature of a substitute is now, after the proponent, the senator is now going to attempt to, instead of doing it at $100 default, add to what is already existing, I could better understand that. But my concern with that is I think that we as a body created a loophole. And unfortunately, that loophole threshold is a little bit too low, because if somebody that potentially might have to pay for a child $700-800 a month or $600 a month, what's the big deal from going from $250 to $350? It's still below $600 or $700. And for me, when you're gonna do things to incentivize people, I am along the lines of what the testifier was speaking. The same way we incentivize people not to park up in parking spaces for the handicap for $1,000. Why would we not shift our laws to say, listen, if you know you procreated, you created a child, you are responsible for that child, but you don't want to take responsibility, there are penalties in place. We have more penalties for parking spaces than we do for human beings and taking care of that. I am not really in agreement for this low threshold. If we're going to go in and change the law, let's go for the gusto so they can understand that this is not something you do. Because now if we change it to potentially $1,000, it will force them to come in with their paperwork and make the necessary adjustments for those that are below this $1,000 threshold. But if you have people that know, hey, what's the big deal? It's going to be cheaper for me anyway. Why would they come? I wouldn't come if I could get away with it. If that's the case for people that are being malicious and don't want to really take care of their kids. People spend a lot of time as parents going back and forth with each other. And I know many stories because people call my office. One young lady called to tell me about having 3 daughters with one individual, and no matter how much she comes to paternity, it's a whole drama with her, and it's years she has not been able to receive a dime. And we're here making accommodations for the non-custodial parent to have loopholes, but the parent that has to pay these bills and take care of these children are the ones that are taking on the brunt of this responsibility. So my question to you, and this is to the testifiers, how serious, and even my senators, how serious are we about just changing this to $1,000 to force them to come in? Because that is the whole purpose of this default. To either get you behind in court, to paternity court, to make sure you have the proper documentation, or you're going to be caught with $1,000 a month. It's your choice.
Good
Go ahead,
afternoon,
testify. You
Senator.
can respond to my.
Good afternoon, Senator. Kathryn Jensen-deLugo, 4D Director. Senator, I am in full support of what you're saying, to raise it to $1,000. As someone indicated to me in a conversation before I came in here, you just brought up the same thing. It's $1,000 to pay in a handicap parking space. So I'm in full support of raising it to $1,000.
Because from my perspective, that kills two things. If you actually would, as a parent, would have to pay more than $1,000, okay. But the average person doesn't have to pay more than $1,000 in child support. But they will race their behind in to give you the documentation to pay less. That would actually be a benefit to the children in the territory. And when my colleague was speaking about kids count, and knowing that these numbers, 33% of our children are living in poverty. And some of that is attributed because they are being raised by one parent, where the other parent is not contributing. So when one parent has to take on all the responsibility, even though it took two people to procreate and bring this child into this world, we have to stop leaving doors open for these types of loopholes to exist. And if we're actually going to bring legislation, go full force in shutting it down and making sure that these parents get the monies they need to take care of these children. I think I heard somebody say time, so I'm going to just continue listening and vote accordingly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, time was called.
Excuse me, Senator James. Deputy Attorney General Ian Clement was asked by Senator Giddens to give a definition of default, and I just want to clarify the testimony for the record. It's not just failure to appear for a hearing. It's also failure to provide the necessary documentation and financial information. So I just want to make sure that's clear for the record.
Thank you for that. We're going to get a point of information from Senator Carrion. Point of information. Senator Carrion.
Testing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to be clear, Director. So in your testimony, you stated, right, that once the default is awarded, the order, it becomes permanent after 2 years without statutory evidence of income. So that's not after 2 years, or it becomes permanent for 2 years?
Senator, after 2 years' time trying to obtain the information, whether through the individual or through banks or any other method we can use to identify actual income fails, that 250 becomes permanent until such time as some new information comes in.
So does it take you 2 years for someone to be in default? That's not what it's saying, right, in your testimony?
No, Senator.
Okay. If there is no evidence within that 2 year period of time, then that amount becomes permanent.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you for placing that on the record. Next in line, we have Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm over here having a calculation nightmare. I'm trying to understand what method was used to come up with the $350 and the $75 respectively. Are we pulling numbers out of the air, or are we trying to really make a dent or send a clear message? And I ask that question because currently, as the orders are entered, is like $60 for each additional child, right? And so that's 24% of the $250. However, increasing it to $350, the $75 is only 21.4% of $350. So the parent actually loses on the other child. All of the numbers are higher. The parent still loses. So we really get in what we're intending to get out of this amendment. So we need to, I think it's good work, but I guess my question is, what method was used to come up with these numbers? I don't know if you assisted the sponsor.
So Kathryn Jensen-deLugo, 4D Director. Senator, these numbers were not based on any actual financial data. The idea was that nothing has been done at all since 2008 is the last time the guidelines were reviewed. So the idea was to put something in place initially and then balance it out to see if we need to do more or do less.
So we have to do a little better than that. So if we're going to come up with a legislation for this very serious matter, I think we need to come up with a method as to how we come up with the first child and the additional child, and the percentages cannot be lower. They must be higher. Let me ask you, how many of the cases filed in the territory, you probably don't have that with you, but how many cases do we have where individuals refuse to provide financial information? And I ask that question because the sitting chair with us this afternoon, the point that he made was a very good point, that if you are a parent, a non-custodial parent that makes $250,000, this serves you well. This still doesn't move the needle. This still does not give you an incentive to do the right thing. So we have to figure out, what is that incentive? What is that? So we need to look at, we got to do a baseline of 0% and then start. But we also need to look at you have to look at the income levels in the Virgin Islands and then begin to, that's how we have to come back to what this baseline number need to be. That's how I see this. I am in full support of the measure, but I think that, you commented that it's a first start, but I think if we are going to start, we need to do it in a manner where it has a true impact. That's my perspective. So I don't know if I have questions per se, but I think that, I kind of sat here and started running up the numbers, and I was like, wait, so there's an $84, so the percentage should be like $84 in order to keep the percentage equal. You see what I'm saying? So, and I still think that we need to figure out that adjustment a little more. So that's my perspective on this. I'm not a member of the committee, but I think we need to kind of scrub the numbers a little deeper in order for us to come up with something that works. Because this is to the chair's point, this loophole is still deep. I don't see how this causes anyone to say, let me provide my financial information. $100.
So, Senator, I know you're a numbers person, so I should be prepared for those questions.
No, a question.
One of the things that I will say is the 350 is an in-between number from the average. So what I can do is pull information on what the average child support monthly award is, and we can start from there.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if that's what it should be. I'm like I said, I don't do this type of work, but I just see that there is a little challenge. The incentive is this does not provide the incentive. That's my primary concern. It doesn't make anyone run to your doors and say, you know what, let me give you my information. That's my concern. Okay? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Point of information.
Okay, 1 second, I will recognize you.
Thank you.
The senator asked a question.
Oh.
The amount, I asked, based on the cases, how many parents do we find have that challenge where they refuse to provide the financial information? I don't know if you have it with you.
I'll have to get you that number, Senator.
So through the chair, we would like to see that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And my question from earlier was, when the last time that review by the Attorney General was conducted, and you said 2008. How long?
I'm emailing it to you right now, Senator.
Okay, 2008. That's 16 years ago. And it should be every 4 years. So.
Yes.
And the thing is, right, this section of the code hasn't been changed from since 1991. And I want to say thank you to the sponsor of the measure. However, it's deeper than just offering something here today. I love the discussion, but I'm really interested in finding out what happened in 2008. We have data there, and like you said earlier, this, based on the question from the finance chair, this amendment or whatever we have here wasn't based off of data. I really want to see what happened in 2008. I would really like to see that information. Because we have an Attorney General for a reason, and of course I'm not saying that this Attorney General is at fault, but we had several Attorney Generals from 2008 till now. So we can't really blame the legislature. Our forefathers before us in the Senate put things in place to make sure that there's a process to review, and we have failed to do so. But moving right along, point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chief.
Senator Gittins, in fairness, my apologies, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger did ask for a point of information.
Oh, thank you. I would have been kind and give up to Kenny once. But my point of information had to do, my colleague before did ask for the information I wanted in regards to see what percentage of the non-custodial parents do not bring in their data versus those that do. That would cause this initial default. But the other question I want to ask has to do with what percentage of employers do you get that are fully willing to participate in the process of turning over information, or do you have a percentage that you receive a difficult time? Because if the individuals are not willing to bring them in, how do you tap into potentially their employers and how do you find out who their employers are while you're doing your research over this 2-year period before it potentially becomes permanent? Thank you.
Jensen-deLugo, 4D Director. Senator, I believe that it is codified in Title 16 that employers must provide the information upon request or subpoena from the Division of Paternity and Child Support. For those that don't comply, they are sent a non-compliance notice and may be escalated to Superior Court for non-compliance. I think you asked another question within your question. If you could repeat it for me.
Well, the other question had to do with asking in regards to them supplying the information prior to the 2-year period before it becomes permanent. But you did just say to me that based on the code, they have to do it, and if non-compliance, I wanted to know what percentage of those people you might have an issue with that would have to potentially now escalate to go to court. Because I'm trying to figure out what kind of issues we're having from the non-custodial parents to make sure our children get the monies they deserve.
Senator, I'll have to compile that information for you, but I will say that the focus of this particular legislation is those people that have income on the underground economy. Non-reported income, they're not paying taxes.
Thank you, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So my question to you, you said, based on the amendment, any parent who fails to provide the financial information necessary, can you place on the record what financial information you do request from them?
Financial information includes their last 6 check stubs, income tax returns for the last 3 years, or any other proof of a source of income.
And you said this is specifically for individuals who are not reporting, not paying taxes underground, right?
I said that is the primary source, is those people that are underground economy.
Okay, what about these same individuals who fail to provide this information? Don't you go after their bank accounts to see, okay, what's going on in the bank accounts?
Yes, Senator. We subpoena the information, as Senator Gittens mentioned, through the financial information data matching system to which the banks subscribe. And we collect any information they have, if they have sufficient funds in their account.
Okay, so let me get it straight. This is specifically for those individuals, not really specifically, but primarily those individuals, all they deal with is just cash.
Yes, Senator, what we find is people that don't show up for hearings are people that have unreported income, if that makes it easier.
Okay, understood.
There are other people that don't submit financial information, but once they get the default, they was like, oh, I forgot to send this or I forgot to send that. So they end up, because we can prove their employment.
And my last question, do you question the other parents, say for instance, man and woman, say for instance, in this case is the man who is hiding his information. Do you ask the mother questions as far as his income and how he was able to take care of certain things and use that information as a reference?
Yes, Senator, we obtain most of our information from the custodial parents. When it comes to unreported income, people have rental properties, people have part-time jobs that are cash paid. We get that information from the custodial parent most of the time.
Okay. Moving right along, Senator Gittens, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've spoken with the bill sponsor to make a technical amendment to this, but while I'm requesting that a technical amendment be made to increase it to $1,000, I want to say to you all at the Department of Justice, and particularly in the Paternity and Child Support Division, enforcement is key. Enforcement is key. And we're not just raising it willy-nilly. We know that there's rising costs of food and other goods now, and even with the inflation rates that we're seeing. That's why we need to increase it. But while increasing it, again, you need to make sure that you're going out there aggressively and doing what you're supposed to do on behalf of these children. Thank you.
Yes, Senator, I agree.
One second. In addition to this amendment, do you think this is something that is doable? Okay, we have the language here for Amendment 35-661. However, do you think it would be nice for us, or would make sense for us, to do a one-time fee, charge, penalty, whatever you want to call it, and whatever that penalty is, it goes to the parent? Like one big lump sum in the beginning. Say, for instance, we know for sure this individual do have cash. You spoke to the mother. We know for sure that person they have cash. But they're going to pay the minimum. But in addition to the minimum, we have like this one lump sum fine, and it doesn't go to y'all, it goes to the parent. Do you think that would be doable?
Jensen-deLugo, 4D Director. I think that's the kind of teeth we need in Title 16. So yes.
Yeah, because you want to make sure those individuals who can really pay it, and it goes to the mother, because once you get out a lump sum, it's only going to be a minimum, because you don't really have anything to go base off of. But you know for sure that individual do have cash.
Question, Senator James, when you say it goes to the parent, the
custodial parent.
Right. So are you intending for this fine to be given directly to the parent and not count towards child support?
It's a penalty for failing to provide the information.
Okay.
But in addition to the penalty, yes, that fine or penalty goes to the parent. But in addition to the penalty, you have the minimum here moving forward.
I understand. I just want to make sure that if you give us that kind of teeth, it's clear that the $1,000 penalty, in addition to the $1,000 monthly amount, is it or is it not going to be credited towards child support, or is it just a gift to the parent? That's what I'm
A
getting
gift to
at.
the parent because the person don't want to provide information. They don't want to show up.
I just want to bring that out because it would have to be so stated in what you're, and I agree with what you're saying. Because if the person has, the petition was dated in January, they don't get a hearing till March, they're awarded $1,000 in a default. They're already over the enforcement threshold. So any monies that comes into child support will be deducted from arrears. That's why I'm asking the question.
No, it wouldn't be credited.
Okay.
It's a penalty. You don't want to provide information. You're failing to be transparent.
Okay.
If you fail to be transparent with the IRS, what do they do to you?
They penalize you.
All right.
No, I agree with you. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
All right. Next in line, we have Senate President Francis. Point of information, Senator Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask, I was curious as to what was happening on a national basis with regards to this minimum default amount. And I'm a little cautious about imposing the $1,000 right at this moment before, I guess, getting some more data, some more information from the Office of Paternity and Child Support. I think we should proceed a little cautiously at this point, but if, Ms. DeLugo, if there is any information that you have regarding what the numbers look like in other jurisdictions, that would be helpful.
Senator Potter, I'll have to do research on it. But as I stated before, every state is different. It depends on their GDP. So I'll look to see if there's anything posted in the child support nationwide network thing that we have and see if they have any information there.
Point of information, Senator Donna Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm always cautious about us looking at other states because we know of the enforcement challenges that we have here in the territory. My point of information is surrounding the terminology here that says, and we're focusing on the amendment, right? That says not less than 350. So currently, there is a 250 amount that's awarded based on the lack of failing to provide information. What information does the administrative judge, that's who makes the decision, right? The administrative law judge?
Yes, Senator.
What information does the administrative law judge have in his or her possession to, in fact, make the amount more than 350 if the financial information isn't available? So the not less than concerns me. Because it's what do you have to make a determination that it is more, they will award, if you will, more than 350.
So, Jensen-deLugo, 40 Director. Senator, I understand your question. And the only thing that the administrative hearing officers have to base child support on is testimony and documents. The 250, as it were, and the 350 that we're looking for or above is incentivizing them, or intended to incentivize them to come in and provide their financial data. Because most of the time, it's people that are making sufficient money that don't show up because they get benefited by the minimal amount.
I hear you, but I think when we have that term, not less than, right now your 250 is a hard number. Not less than 350 is not a hard number. It is giving that administrative law judge the opportunity to go higher, and then it creates other issues where someone could now say, well, what did you base your 450 on? What did you base your 500 on? That now creates another issue that can go straight to court. So we have to be mindful as to how we look at this legislation that's before us. The wording is very simple. The wording is very deep. And it could create some long, far-reaching challenges, like court challenges, with regards to how this is listed currently, okay? So I just want us to be mindful of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senate President Francis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much to the Department of Justice for your testimony on this important matter, as well as the bill sponsor that is attempting to address this issue. And I'm hoping at some point that we could determine the magnitude of the problem that we're confronted with, so that so a decision can be made. It's so unfortunate that we have to create an incentive to be able to give parents an opportunity to support their child or children. That is truly unfortunate. And I want to make sure that whatever we do here in the legislature, that we're not tacit or complicit in our decision to address this particular issue. $350 versus $250 is minor. You know, so if we really will make an impact, I will agree that it needs to be done with some supportive data, one, but two, that it needs to have an impact. And for me, we talk about the fact that parking and no parking, handicap parking is $1,000. People still doing it. We talk about speeding. You get there's a citation. People still speeding. So I believe that going beyond the issue of just increasing the penalty, we want to make sure that there's strong enforcement. So I want to spend my time this afternoon in speaking with the Department of Justice, Paternity and Child Support in terms of what those enforcement look like, so that in fact we are able to really address the magnitude of the issue and making sure that those non-custodian parents are actually paying and doing what they need to do. You talk about the underground. So there is an unwillingness to pay to begin with. So even if you increase this to $1,500, $1,000, they're unwilling. So there must be some mechanism by which you're able to enforce and bring them to the table. So let's talk a little bit in terms of enforcement. What are you doing in terms of getting those individuals, not just self-reporting, but your investigatory skills and determination to make sure that those individuals are actually coming to the table?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Kathryn Jensen-deLugo for the Director. So enforcement measures as described in the code start at $500 and go up to $2,500 is the next threshold. For those individuals that live in the underground economy, in the instance of casual laborers, for example, our investigative team can go out and sit on them, as the old term is, and just observe what their comings and goings are. One of the things that we lack in the territory is asset to income investigations, which are done by Internal Revenue. There is no way, in some cases that we've seen, that a person can have a home that they purchased for $1.5 million but can't pay $500 in child support amount.
So tell me, you're the Director currently of Paternity and Child Support. What is the number of investigation or number of active cases going on right now to seek out those non-custodial parents that have defaulted?
So, Senator, I will have to actually get my special agent in charge to give me that information. I don't have that with me today. We do have active investigations into individuals, for example, with driver's license revocations that are still driving, which we see. So there is an active investigation going on to find out why these people, their driver's license have not been taken away from them and they're still on the road.
So
but there's also investigations into people that claim they're not working and they are working. They're doing day labor.
So there's no monthly report, no data will give you at least an indication of perhaps some number, some ballpark number of investigation that's going on right now?
Yes, I do get a monthly report. I just don't have that information with me. I did not anticipate all of these other questions.
Okay, when you come
just being honest.
When you come to the legislature, you pack everything.
I know. I thought I had everything in his binder. I don't have that.
So when you talk about the underground economy, where are some of the areas that you believe that individuals, again, based on your scope of investigation and what's happening in reporting, where are those underground economy occurring?
Taxi drivers, restaurants, nail shops, barber shops, truckers. We see day laborers on the side of the road all the time, and not all of those people are who they think they are. Construction is another one. They get paid in cash. Those are the top ones I can think of right now off the top of my head.
So you don't have an average of caseload?
We have an average caseload, but to be more specific on investigations that are active, I would need to pull out the reports.
Okay. And you spoke about the IVD program, Paternity and Child Support. What is the correct name, or where does IVD come from now?
The correct title of the position is 4D, Program Director, and that is because Title 4D of the Social Security Act is where child support services was derived. It's the authority under which we operate.
Okay. And Mr. Deputy Attorney General, are you aware of any pending cases before the court? Have there been any move to actually sanction or bring these individuals before the courts where there's been a default or any violation of child support payment?
Deputy Attorney General Ian Clement does. Senator, I am not aware presently as I sit here of any cases before the court, but we can find that out for you.
Okay. And during the budget process, Madam Director, there was a conversation of a million or 2 million or some million amount of money that is being held in an escrow account that have not been sent to custodian period. What is the status of those funding?
Senator Francis, I need to make a clarification on what arrears that are in undistributed funds are. There are no funds sitting in that account that belong to any active cases. There's no custodial parents out there that are screaming down and saying they're not getting their payments. Primarily, those monies that are in undistributed funds are deceased custodial parents that nobody's notified us of. They're deceased non-custodial parents that were entitled to refunds. There's no probates filed. And there's money in there for people that depart the territory without informing child support, so we have nowhere to forward the money to.
So what's happening with that fund? Is that being turned over to the Lieutenant Governor's office for abandoned property or anything? What's happening with that fund?
Senator Francis, I have been trying since I sat in this chair to escheat those funds.
And how much is that amount again?
It is, I think, the last time I checked, $1.3 million.
Very well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Again, I'm very much in support of this bill. However, I believe that 350 is not cutting the mustard. In fact, we need to increase that number. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I get to Senator Blyden, I am going to ask back to Title 16, Section 345, Subchapter E. The review shall be based on an analysis of economic data and the cost of raising children and of case data gathered through sampling or other methodology. Would you would you think it's safe to say that we can go based off of minimum wage? No? In the Virgin Islands? Because we have the 2020 U.S. Census that was done in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Why can we not go based off of some of that data?
I'm sorry.
You go ahead.
Senator Deputy Attorney General Ian Clement. Currently, the Department of Justice Paternity and Child Support Division, in conjunction with the University of Virgin Islands, is in the process of compiling a comprehensive review to update the guidelines. And minimum wage might play into that, but it's much more detailed than that. So
yeah, but we're creating a minimum here today, so let's not confuse it. We're creating a minimum, right, not less than. So please follow me what I'm saying.
Okay.
We're creating a minimum. You may proceed.
Yes, but here, Senator, we're dealing with individuals who are not appearing or not providing their financial data, right? So at all times, a child support order is based upon a...
So I'll stop you right there, right? Mm-hmm. You said, I'm not, what's your name? My apologies.
DeLugo, Jensen-deLugo.
Earlier, you said it's primarily for those individuals in underground economies. Right. Yes or no?
Yes, Senator. I said it normally pertains to. Those are the people that just don't show up on a normal basis, are people in the underground economy.
No information to pull from IRB, no information to pull from the banks. You're working with nothing, a shell, an empty shell.
Correct, Senator, zero.
So what I'm saying is it safe to create a minimum? Can we go based off of some of the data from the 2020 U.S. Census and a minimum wage? That's all I'm asking. Because you're saying not less, we have not less than $350, but what is this based off of? Some senator who came with it and just said it's a great idea, right? No data. Yeah, you keep talking. Well,
I agree with you, Senator James. If you're looking for a foundation, that would be a foundation.
Yeah, because I'm talking and you keep disturbing me. So some senator, I can't call senators and name on the floor. You want me to call your name? Let's respect the chair when I'm talking. Please. So we're trying to establish a minimum, and that's why I'm asking you the questions. If you don't agree, I have no problem with it, you know. This is not my bill. We have to work on it together. All right?
That's what I said, Senator. If you're looking for a foundation, that would be a good foundation to start from. I agree.
Because right now we don't have a foundation.
Correct.
It's based off of somebody's mind. But it needs to be based off of data, and that's all I'm saying here today. We're not bashing anybody. We're not knocking down the bill. It's based off of data.
Understood.
Last but not least, Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues. To those viewing and listening, good afternoon. Ms. Program Director DeLugo and Assistant Attorney General Clement. Deputy Clement, thank you for your testimony. It is clear that, first of all, I want to thank the sponsor for trying to actually assist our children in the territory when it comes to child support and assuring that those that are responsible pay their fair share. With respect to the bill, though, it's clear that we do lack data and enforcement. Let me ask you, Program Director DeLugo, how many investigators do you have at the Division of Paternity and Child Support?
Kathryn Jensen-deLugo, 4D Director. We have 2 in St. Thomas and 2 in St. Croix.
2 on each island?
Yes.
What about enforcement officers?
Our investigators are our enforcement officers.
Really?
Yes, they're special agents.
So that's a challenge in itself. That's a huge challenge and a huge lift for those individuals in order to perform their duty and assure that we get all of the necessary information needed for us to move forward. Let me ask you, though, in respect to those individuals that you speak of many times when it comes to the underground economy here in the territory. It not only affects your agency, but many other areas in terms of taxes that goes into our coffers, and that's a huge challenge overall. Let me ask you in respect to that, though, how is it done in terms of determining how much income someone makes if they have cash business, they're self-employed? You mentioned some of the individuals who qualify to be in that space. How does the agency go about figuring out what their income is? How do you go about doing that?
Senator, if we knew the answer to that question, we would be way further ahead. There is no real way to determine how somebody is making money if it's unreported income. It's the black market. It's underground.
Exactly.
The only way that we can determine maybe a lead is from the custodial parents who come and say, oh, that man have a safari bus and he run gypsy taxi. And we send our investigators out, obtain the license plate, and basically do surveillance on the individual. And while we're doing that, we can't really count their cash in hand, but we know they're working.
And that goes to my point, because as you said, you have 2 investigators and 2 investigators who does enforcement. The job entails enforcement also. So you have 2 per district, right? And you have, what's your caseload? How many cases would we say you have in St. Thomas, St. John District and St. Croix?
Average cases, according to our last audit, were approximately 8,000.
Exactly.
With approximately 5,000 in St. Thomas and 3,000 in St. Croix.
Exactly. It goes to my point. It's almost impossible for us to really capture what we need to capture in terms of assuring that those individuals pay their fair share and assuring that we get the right income for those individuals. So we have a huge challenge on our hands, and in terms of incentivizing individuals to come in, that also is a challenge with that amount. And I hopefully, I would like to see the amendment in terms of a technical amendment increased to $1,000 to actually get them to come in and really have that discussion, because I do not think the $100 difference will make any impact in terms of having individuals come in and do what is right, okay, and necessary. So we don't have any questions because many of the questions have been asked. So, Mr. Chair, thank you for the time, and I do support the bill. Even though I'm not on this committee, I do support the intent of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Point of information.
I will not be doing a point of information. Amelia, if you could just mute that microphone. We're about to wrap up. We have another item on the agenda. Please, in the essence of time. I will do my time, and I will have the sponsor of the measure speak, and we will wrap up this block. It's raining, cats and dogs, you should be here. So you could start my 5 minutes. It says the Attorney General shall review and revise, if appropriate, the child support guidelines adopted pursuant to this section at least once every 4 years. And I'm going to continue to repeat it every 4 years. You said UVI is working on something, right? And we have Dr. Hall right behind there.
Yes, Senator. We're engaged in a contract negotiation with UVI to conduct the guidelines review. We've already received the information from Bureau of Economic Research.
So if we're doing a why pass this bill today, you don't want to wait for that information from UVI? Because suppose UVI comes with something better, we have to come back and change the law?
The guidelines only get reviewed once every 4 years.
But in the absence of law, you can create policies, right?
That's true.
So right now we don't have anything pertaining to 35.661, but we have the 250. So in the absence of the law, you can put things in there, right?
Yes, Senator.
That 250 was done by internal policies or law?
It's a rules and regs policy
So you already have that leeway. And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand. You already have the power in the absence of law to put it, because nowhere in section 345 speaks to a minimum. But the code gives you the authority to create a minimum. And we are saying as a body or as a committee, we're going to create a minimum, knowing that we have discussions with UVI on a contract. You understand what I'm trying to show you?
Yes, Senator, I understand.
Because I trust UVI more. We have some very bright minds at UVI.
I trust them.
Right, Dr. Hall? He waved his hands and said yes. So I will not be supporting this measure. I want to see data. It needs to be attached to data. And like I said, this is something we have to take into consideration. This is not a man or woman issue. This is a human being issue. And we want to make sure it's attached to data. So years from now, when I'm no longer here and we are no longer here, we can say we made the right decision based on the data that was presented to us at the time. And that is why I asked for the guidelines. But when I opened up the email, there wasn't an attachment. Director DeLugo, when I opened up your email, there was no attachment. Hence why I'm still asking these questions. I need data.
What I'll do, Senator, because I'm using it from my phone, is when I get back to my office, I'll send it directly to you.
Yeah, the legislative history is going to reflect today that I am not in support of this. I trust UVI. I trust the bright minds that we have in place. And I trust that it should be based off of economic data. Because I was with the governor one day and he asked me to bring forward the same measure, and I didn't bring it forward. I have to do my research. And I'm not saying that the sponsor of the measure did not do their research. I'm just saying that it needs to be attached to data, and I'm going to continue to say data, data, data. Because if I hear any other senator mention a measure and he asks for data, I'm going to say, what about the other one? We can't pick and choose which data we need. It needs to be attached to data. You want to say something, sir?
Deputy Attorney General Ian Clement. I just wanted to kind of clarify that the data that UVI is compiling for us has to do with updating the ability to pay under the guidelines. This particular measure has to deal with individuals who are not on the guidelines, who are not providing their financial information to be put in the guidelines. And so, in a lot of ways, it's not feasible to compile that data for people who are refusing to provide that information. The whole point is to get them in so we can put them on the guidelines.
Understood, but here what section E says, the Attorney General, I keep reading this part over and over until I get hoarse. The Attorney General shall review and revise, if appropriate, the child support guidelines adopted pursuant to this section at least once every 4 years. So whatever is in Title 16, Section 345, the Attorney General right now has the authority to review and revise, if appropriate, in the absence of a law. And that's why you have internal policies. And that's all I'm basically saying here today. If the bill passed, whoop-de-doo, but I'm not supporting it. I want to see data. I want us to take our time and make sure it's based off of what the title is saying, because it says the review shall be based on an analysis of economic data on the cost of raising children and of case data. No one here knows that right now, but we're legislating. But the code speaks to that. What are we saying today? But we have the authority to do what we want, you know. But I will not be a part of this conversation when it comes to that. It needs to be based off of what the code says. Otherwise, we're kind of like going against the law. We change the law. We say, well, this is not working. Let me try something else and hope it's going to work. When we fail to do so based on what the code is currently saying. And like I said, it hasn't been changed from since 1991, and I support the sponsor of the I support the sponsor of the measure. I respect her. But whoever came up with this section of the code, they were very wise. It's based on analysis of economic data on the cost of raising children. Do we know what that is in the Virgin Islands? And that is why I trust those bright minds at UVI to provide us with that information. And that's all I'm basically saying. I'm only one vote, so you don't have to worry about me. You could convince them, whoop-de-doo, but I'm not going to support this measure. That's the end for me. Senator Carla Judith, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want us to be clear because I think we're kind of confusing the matter. It's very clear what this amendment that in the nature of a substitute is trying to do, and is my understanding based on what the Department of Justice has indicated, that this measure is addressing those individuals who don't come in. They don't show any type of documentation relative to the amount of income that they earn. So I want to ask you a question, Director DeLugo, because, you know, people say a lot of things here. But when we had a discussion on February 1st, was it or was it not based on your expert opinion, your and the attorney expert opinion, that, and we were being conservative, that the default is what we should look at for those individuals who, those non-custodial parents who refused, didn't show up for court, didn't show up for their summons to provide any type of financial assistance? Wasn't you were the ones who suggested the $350, correct?
That is correct, Senator.
And we did that in collaboration and discussion because it was a sense that we didn't want to go too hard on the individuals.
That is correct, Senator.
And you recommended it based on what you are seeing in the department based on the number of individuals who are non-compliant, who refuse after you, the department, our Virgin Islands Department of Justice, have requested the information and they refuse to show up and provide it.
That is correct.
This is not a major solution to anything, but I'm going to tell you, when I look at this kids count and I look at the amount of young people in poverty in the Virgin Islands, me waiting for no study, okay? That's end of story for me. Okay? There's 85. I come from Bavoni housing community in a single parent household. 85% of the public housing, this is Kids Count here talking about now, page 13. 85% of the public housing households were headed by women in 2021. That's my mother, God rest her soul in peace. And that was up from 82% in 2020, and it was even lower. So it's been going up and up. In 2019, it was 77%. I used to work before I was so graciously elected by the people in the St. Thomas and St. John district as a director for the Temporary Assistance and Needy Families, TANF, used to be called welfare, okay? And a lot of the young people, a lot of the mothers would come in and they would need the support. Some of them were reluctant to send the documentation to paternity and child support so that they could get the child support for their children. We have a major issue with poverty here in the Virgin Islands, and I ain't leaving no child behind, okay? I am not going to be guilty of it. I am not going to be on my conscience, and I'm definitely not waiting for UVI to complete a study to indicate what the minimum child support would be. Because of that, but that's not the case what we're discussing. What are we discussing today? We are discussing the default minimum amount. That's what we're discussing, not the minimum child amount, because I'm going to be offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute to this bill, which deals with the minimum default monthly support amount, and we need to get them in. And the next thing is, when you get them in, let me ask you this question, and they come in because I am going to remain hopeful and faithful that when they come to you now and they're reporting to you the amount of money they're actually making, do you share that information with the Internal Revenue Bureau here? Can you?
No, Senator, we cannot.
And what prevents you from doing that? Because that's avoidance of paying, willfully and intentionally paying your fair share.
So, Kathryn Jensen-deLugo, 40 Director.
Hi.
The Paternity and Child Support Division falls under the regulations of IRS Publication 1075, and it restricts our disclosure of information. So we cannot, and we are a non-reporting agency as well because we receive federal funding.
So that would have to be done something on the federal level because our IRS system, our IRB system mimics that of the IRS. But I mean, this is a systemic issue here in the Virgin Islands, and as you correctly stated, throughout the nations and even in some of our neighboring territories with human beings having parented children and refuse to pay their fair share. Colleagues, I am going to definitely urge you to support this. The office, well, the Department of Justice is in support of it. Are you in support of this amendment?
Absolutely, Senator.
And I am asking you, we can't wait. We can't wait for any studies to be done because at the same time, our people, our children, the most precious commodity we have here, are suffering. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Carla Joseph. Before I get to Senator Gittins, my question to the director, Bill number 35.0226, before the amendment, did you support it, yes or no?
The original bill, no, Senator. Kathryn Jensen-deLugo.
Exactly, and when she made accommodations, you in support of it, right?
Senator, The bills address two different things.
Here.
One is a minimal child support amount, and one is a default amount.
Understood. The context of the bill changed significantly. That's why an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Yes, Senator.
I know what I'm talking about, but here I'm telling you, you're satisfied with this. You.
Yes, Senator.
What do you use to come up with this?
Senator, it's based on my observation and my experience in the agency.
You should be a senator, you. And that's what I'm getting at. Because I need to know the data. Based on your observation, I need to know. Convince me. You understand what I'm trying to show you? What you use, not what the sponsor used, because the bill you didn't support it before. So it wasn't the sponsor. When you had whatever conversation, hold on, whatever conversation you had, you don't have to go in details if you don't want to. Whatever conversations came up, this was the final result, and you are in support of this. And I just want to know what you use to come up with this. Otherwise, I go with UVI.
Senator, I need to be very clear in what I'm saying. Bill number 35-0226 sought to amend the child support amount to be less than $100, no less than $100. We cannot do that. That violates Turner v. Rogers. In the discussion with the senator, I explained that to her. And I also explained to her that I think that what she was seeking to do was amend the default amount, which is exactly what her intent was, not the minimal child support.
So look what I'm getting at, right? Once this bill is passed and it becomes law, every 4 years the Attorney General still have to review this. This is going to be a new section, a part of Section 345. So once this becomes law, listen. Once this becomes law, and I can ask legal counsel, once this becomes law, it becomes a part of Section 345. Yes. And Section 345, subsection E says that Attorney General shall review and revise, if appropriate, the child support guidelines adopted pursuant to this section at least once. Just review. Hear what I'm saying? Review. So every 4 years, the Attorney General is supposed to review the law, and this will become a part of the law, is what I'm saying. No?
No. All right. I'm sorry. Deputy Attorney General Ian Clement. So yes, the Attorney General must review the guidelines every 4 years, but this particular section is outside of the guidelines. It's an incentive to bring them into the guidelines.
I understand, but in absence of this right now, what are you going based off of? Internal policies, right? So what I'm saying is, with the internal policies you created with the 250, that 250 is not law, right? The 250 that you go based off, it's not law. And I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm saying. So you're saying, no, we're going to mandate this. And in order for this to change moving forward, it has to be changed by the legislature. Because right now it's an internal policy. But what I'm saying to you, even though this is going to be the minimum based off of legislation, the Attorney General still have to review this entire section every 4 years. That's all I'm basically saying. So it speaks to some level of analysis and reevaluating to make sure that it's up to the time. Because every 4 years, things do change. The costs of things do change. That's all I'm saying. So what stops you right now from changing this? Because you already have internal policies, and that's all I'm basically saying. And I think I'm being misunderstood. But I will stop right there. Senator Gittins, you have a point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I had a previous point of information, Mr. Chair.
And I'm going to ask Mida to mute that microphone, because you have a disadvantage. You have an advantage where you could just chime in. Every senator here has to wait.
Okay.
So just give me one second. It's not what you do, it's how you do. Mida, can you please mute that microphone? Senate Majority Leader, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One statement and one clarification from you. My statement is simple. We keep referencing a 33-year-old law that hasn't been amended since 1991. I personally don't need UVI nor the Attorney General Office to tell me that 12 eggs, bottle of milk, or cheese is a different price today. I don't need that. But what I wanted to ask is going back to the interstate compact because I'm getting some inquiries. So you stated you're a part of an interstate compact through the chair, correct?
DeLugo for the director, yes, Senator.
So being part of the interstate compact means that you work alongside other jurisdictions.
Yes, Senator.
Now, if there is an order in one jurisdiction that you're working with that pays child support up to 18, and ours, I believe, is up to 22 as long as you're in college, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So when you learn or feel that your head bigger than somebody else's own and you buck the system and you go away, and the last order was just say in Utah, and the child is now 18, but they're in the Virgin Islands, and now they come back here. That's why I asked you earlier too, how often or how easy is it for an individual to get a hearing? Or how often are hearings conducted? I'm losing myself here, but how does the applicant, how is that applicant able to actually now get a new VI order if the other jurisdiction order states 18 years, but the child is here in the Virgin Islands?
And going to college is my presumption.
Yes.
So if Utah has a controlling order and the order was not registered for modification here, they still have the controlling order. It was not transferred to us for modification.
So right there, the modification order that you're speaking of, when the custodial parent filed for this, how long is the process before they can get that hearing?
Again, Senator, the administrative hearing officer sets their hearing schedule. Paternity and child support compiles everything, petitions, motions and everything, and they are filed in the administrative hearing office.
So in your administrative policies, and I'm going to leave it here, because I said I'm going to bring you guys in. This is a bill we're discussing, but we need to get in depth with this. So there's nowhere in your administrative policies that says if an applicant is requesting XYZ that a hearing is called within 72 hours or within 24 hours for some extreme circumstances or something?
Within the child support system, it is 45 days.
Okay, then tell me that. So then they can have a hearing within that 45 days.
They should have a hearing within 45 days, but the administrative hearing office is independent of the child support office. They schedule their own hearings.
Thank
so
you.
I don't want to testify for them.
Thank you. I'll have a conversation with the Attorney General because she already knows that this is one of the areas that I want to talk to her about, along with our Morgan St. Croix. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senate Majority Leader. To legal counsel, I have an inquiry. My inquiry to legal counsel is, if amendment number 35.661 is passed today, are we going to move the authority or the discretion of the Attorney General to change the minimum base on the lack of law? Yes or no? Legal counsel?
Yes, I don't think
Oh,
okay. Mr. Chair, based on the amendment that is before us, if this amount is codified, then it will in fact change the determination. I think it's section E, subsection E, title 16, section 345, subsection E, which allows the Attorney General to determine the appropriate support guidelines and to make those adoptions. The default amount that is being referenced here is part of the guidelines and it's not presently codified in the VI code. If the law is amended, then that default amount will now be codified in section.
And if that amount is codified by the passage of Amendment 35.661, there is no way the Attorney General, based off of new data and economic data, and case that data gathered through sampling or other methodology, they will no longer have that discretion to change it based on internal policies.
No, they will not. They would have to ask the legislature to make that
And that's exactly what I was saying all along throughout the hearing. When I was being distracted, people were shaking heads, but it is what it is. Thank you, legal counsel. That's why we pay you good money. And that's all I was basically saying for the entire day. We're going to remove the discretion from the Attorney General to increase it, because right now we don't have anything saying this is the minimum. It's based off of policies. So now we're removing that discretion from the Attorney General, putting it back into the legislature, and now anytime it needs to be changed, they have to come to us to change it. That's what we're doing here today, right, legal counsel?
That is correct, Senator.
And that's what I was saying for this entire hearing. But do I hear a motion? Amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer amendment number 35-661, an amendment in the nature of a substitute to bill number 35-0226, offered by myself, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Bill number 35-0226 is amended by striking all the language after the enacting clause and inserting new language that reads as follows. Section 1, Title 16, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter 1, Section 345 is amended by adding subsection F to read as follows. F, any parent who fails to provide the financial information necessary to compute the child support amount provided for in subsection C shall pay a minimum default monthly child support of not less than technical amendment $1,000 for the first child, and technical amendment $150 for each additional child. I so move.
Second.
Amendment number 35-661 to bill number 35-0226 was properly moved by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger and seconded by Senator. It was properly moved. Thank you, Senate President, for the correction. Amendment number 35-661 to bill number 35-0226 was properly moved by Senator Carla Joseph, seconded by Senator Gittins, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Motion.
You're recognized for your motion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and colleagues, I move that bill number 35-0266, as amended, an act amending Title 16 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter 1, Section 345, Subsection C, by requiring the minimum child support amount to be $100 per month, be voted upon favorably in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second.
I did say as amended.
Bill number 35-0226, as amended, was properly moved by Senator Carla Joseph, and seconded by Senator Gittins, Senator Fonseca, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Roll call.
Senator Samuel Carrion.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Senator Samuel Carrion.
Yes.
Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Ray Fonseca, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
No.
Senator James Sr., nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
No.
Senator Milton E. Potter, nay. Mr. Chair, we have 5 yeas, 2 nays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0226 as amended, an act amending Title 16 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter 1, Section 345, Subsection C, by requiring the minimum child support amount to be $100 per month, was favorably voted on in the Committee on Government was voted on favorably in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration. Congratulations to the sponsor of the measure. We will give an opportunity for the testifiers to place some closing remarks.
Good afternoon again, Kathryn Jensen-deLugo, 4D Director. I just want to say thank you to the sponsor, and I want to say thank you to all the committee members and non-members present today. As I stated before, and you pointed out, Senator James, since 1991, nothing has been done in child support legislation. I think this is a good starting point. We'll work on some of the data that people requested, and I look forward to having more hearings so that we can get through some of the rest of the legislation and to improve our enforcement measures.
And before the next testifier places closing remarks, nothing was done by the Attorney Generals because the code gave discretion to the Attorney Generals to put guidelines in place. So let's just make it very clear. Those individuals who passed this law in 1991 had a vision to put the power in the hands of the Attorney General, and by the passage of today, it might just be in the hands of the legislature. Proceed.
Thank you, Senator. Deputy Attorney General Ian Clement. I just wanted to point out that this Attorney General, Ariel M. Smith, has, with the director, moved to amend the guidelines, and we are moving to strengthen enforcement. This measure here is part of that. We appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today, and there are other parts of the child support enforcement that we're going to be working on and throughout 2024, and we just appreciate the opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your closing remarks. Do we have any senators that want to make any?
Point of personal privilege.
Point of personal privilege from Senator Carla Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank my courageous and brave Solid 5 for supporting this measure. This is Black History Month, and a great civil rights leader, Martin Luther King Jr., once said, "Justice delayed is justice denied." What we are doing here is bringing justice for those young people who haven't seen justice and they are in poverty in our Virgin Islands, and to make a way for those individuals who are non-custodial parents to come in and provide the documentation with their finances so that they could pay their fair share of child support to the children them that they brought into this world and who didn't ask to be brought in. So I want to thank my colleagues and for their support and for their wisdom, and I look forward definitely to building and working to improve and to strengthen the paternity and child support laws that we have here. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman.
Point of personal privilege, Senator Potter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Colleagues and to the people of the territory, I just wanted to clarify, just based on what the previous speaker said regarding the courage that it took to pass this legislation. I mean, my concern is that the issues that I have with the bill right now is that I believe we need to have some more data. We need to have a more rational basis for determining how we are going to decide what this default minimum should be. I think it needs to be more than just arbitrarily saying that $100 might be a good sweet spot for us to do it. I think we need to review what other jurisdictions are doing also. We need to review our cost of living, minimum wage data, all of that. And then if our goal is to incentivize persons who are non-custodial parents, if our goal is to incentivize them to provide their data, I am not sure if $350 is going to incentivize them. Moving it from $250 to $350 is not going to incentivize them, in my view. Something has to be done, but I think that having some more conversation and reviewing the data so that we can have a rational basis as to why we're shifting the number from 250 to 350 is in order. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
And that is why I love the process. No problem. I'll give you a point of personal privilege. Give me 1 second. We have 3 bites of the apple. Today is just one. If I see something that comes before my desk that looks good for the day of session, I will vote yes. But I'm not in support of it as is, and I have that right to do so. Because I speak for a certain set of people as well in this community. We have a diverse legislature. And there are some voices that need to be heard. And when individuals have concern, I don't care if it's an election year or not, we have to make decisions that when we go sleep tonight, that we live with ourselves. And I will live with my no. And the reason why I'm saying that, we just voted for the Attorney General and we approved her and we said she's going to do a great job. But this section of the code gives full authority and discretion for the Attorney General to increase exactly what we want to do here today. So I just want to make it clear. So with that said, we get Senator Alma Francis Heidegger for her point of personal privilege.
Thank you so much. While I listened to my colleagues share their thoughts as to us needing a little bit more rationale, I was very clear and concise when I made my decision. As it relates to why I am in full support of moving it to $1,000, for almost 20 years, the default has been at $250. 20 years later, we're quadrupling it 4 times. That's $1,000 for me. My other concern had to do with my previous colleague. I'm not sure if he understood what the vote was. We did not move it from $250 to $350. We moved it to $1,000 default. That is not for the fathers and mothers who are non-custodial that come in and bring in their paperwork, that pay their child support. That is not for them. This default is strictly for those that when they are subpoenaed, they won't come. When they're told to bring in their documentation, they won't come. So what we did is put $1,000 default, that if you don't show up, this is your default amount. And it will force them to come in with their paperwork. For those underground areas that the office, the testifier spoke about, well, guess what? They're going to have to be forced to go file taxes now in order to bring their paperwork to show what they're supposed to pay. So this is going to trickle down across the board. The last thing I would like to put on the record is I did not appreciate the statement that was made by the chairman because, number one, as a member of this institution, we are allowed to come in on video. I have a health issue and I chose today to come on video. So it was not in your place to make the decision to make the remarks you made today when you are always on camera and nobody questions it. I did not appreciate that disrespectful behavior and I hope it does not persist in the future. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
And I will end by saying this. Mila, you can mute that microphone, please. When you're doing video conference, at any given point, you could just say point of whatever, and disrupt the conversation. When you're in this environment, it has more control, and that's all I was basically saying. She has an advantage, where at any given time, she can just press unmute and say whatever. We cannot do that. We have to ask media to mute or to turn on our microphone, and it's not fair, and that's all I'm basically saying. I was not disrespectful. All right. So with that said, this we're going to recess.
And we are back on the record. Colleagues, we are in our final block of the day. Madam Clerk, kindly read into the record block 3 of today's agenda.
Block 3, committee will receive testimony concerning Bill number 35-0107, an act posthumously honoring and commending Ms. Fenella Cooper for her contributions to the field of education, sports, and culture, and renaming the UVI tennis court in her honor. This bill is sponsored by Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Invited testifiers: Dr. David Hall, President, University of the Virgin Islands; Dr. Nicole Craigwell Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health; Mr. Gerald Walters, District Science Coordinator, Virgin Islands Department of Education; Dr. Sharon Charles, Resident; and Dr. George Newton, retired educator and tennis professional.
And thank you so much, Madam Clerk, for reading into the record. Who speaks on behalf of Bill 35-0107?
I do, Madam Chair.
Media, kindly recognize the mic of Mr. Vice President Marvin A. Blyden.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon again to my colleagues and testifiers. I want to take this opportunity to speak on Bill number 35-0107, an act posthumously honoring and commending Ms. Fenella Cooper for her contributions to the field of education, sports, and culture, and naming a UVI tennis court in her honor. Fenella Cooper can be characterized by 3 words: commitment, consistency, and caring. Throughout the roughly 45 years that Dr. Cooper graced this community with her presence, she consistently made a difference, and in whatever she did, she helped to shape young minds. In fact, it was almost impossible to escape her influence if you grew up in St. Thomas after the 1970s. If she didn't teach you in school, she coached you in tennis, or she influenced your writing in programs or in music. Her contribution and her influence was broad and deep. But the place where she most saw her passion and where she must be immortalized is at the tennis court, which is her home at UVI. She was a championship player in her own rights. She was not content to bask in her individual success. As a result, she consistently shared her love and her knowledge of the game to anyone who was interested. It didn't matter if you were supernaturally talented. It didn't matter if you were supernaturally talented or if you didn't have an athletic bone in your body. She recognized the individual spark in each person and worked to help you make the most of it. She was truly an educator in the most essential sense of the word, and she deserves our undying gratitude. I must note, though, that Dr. Cooper consistently won titles on the local, regional, and national tennis scene. She coached the first UVI women's tennis team. She organized and conducted countless tennis workshops for juniors and adult players, influencing thousands of Virgin Islanders toward a deeper appreciation of the game. Dr. Cooper was inducted into the African American Ethics Sports Hall of Fame in 2002. She was inducted into the Buccaneers Hall of Fame in 2021. Dr. Cooper taught in the Virgin Islands educational system for 34 years. Dr. Cooper is the wife of renowned UVI Professor Emeritus, Dr. Vincent Cooper, and she is the mother of 2 daughters, Mauda and Dara, and 8 grandchildren, Dijani, Sonoya, Majestic, Jael, Bilal, Nael, Niger, Adanya, and Caleb. I ask for your support in this most important legislation as we honor one of our own. Thank you so much.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Vice President. We have with us in the chambers a number of testifiers. I will ask you to just introduce yourselves and say your name on the record. And then I also note that we have two testifiers joining us virtually. I will begin on my left, your right. Kindly just state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Sharon Charles.
Good afternoon and welcome, Dr. Charles.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hall.
Good afternoon. I'm Gerald Walters.
A pleasant good afternoon, Mr. Walters. And we do have two individuals joining us virtually. We will need you to definitely open your video camera. I see that there is a Mr. George Newton. Mr. Newton?
Yes, I'm
Could you just...
Dr. George Newton.
Dr. Newton, good afternoon and welcome. And I also noted that there is an iPhone 4 here joining us electronically. Can you also open your video camera? Okay. I'm not seeing them responding to our request, my request. Nonetheless, we will proceed. We will begin first with Dr. Sharon Charles. Dr. Charles, you may proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Chair of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs and Consumer Protection. Senator Javen E. James Sr., Vice Chair. Committee members, Senator Samuel Carrion, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, and Senator Milton E. Potter. Non-committee members present, or viewing and listening audience, good day. I am Dr. Sharon Charles, Assistant Principal at the St. Croix Career and Technical Education Center and part-time faculty in the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences at the University of the Virgin Islands, Albert A. Sheen Campus, St. Croix. I am honored today to be invited to share this testimony on behalf of Dr. Fenella Cooper, a tennis aficionado and an amazing educator whose lifelong work with students and adults spanned more than 30 years of dedicated service. I first met Dr. Cooper in the 1990s when we shared similar space in the Sports and Fitness Center at Orville E. Ken Campus, St. Thomas. We were ardent supporters of the UVI box. Her ready smile, vivacious nature, and quiet confidence captured my attention. Dr. Cooper was a passionate tennis player who not only taught the game to children and adults, but participated in many tournaments locally and nationally. Her enthusiasm and commitment to the sport influenced my decision to view many of the tennis games she played on St. Croix. I was impressed with her level of confidence and competence. She shared her expertise with the students in the community, as well as those at the University of the Virgin Islands, where she was employed part-time. Her commitment to excellence, her collaborative spirit, perseverance, and positive mindset were factors that contributed to her success as a tennis player. Dr. Cooper gave unselfishly of her time, talent, and resources. Over the years, she became a great friend and a professional colleague. In our roles as educators, we engage in frequent conversations, oftentimes discussing successes and challenges in the classroom, as well as our remarkable journey to achieving our doctoral degrees. She had a passion for math and writing. Her hard work and dedication in these areas yielded many positive results as a teacher at the former Adelita Crancrine Junior High School, Charlotte Amali High School, and Ivana Eudora Ken High School for several years. Dr. Cooper effectively modeled the implementation of writing within the content areas. In 2002, she participated in the Virgin Islands Writing Projects in the Invitational Summer Institute held on the Orville E. Ken campus at UVI. Later, in her capacity as co-director, she spearheaded many of the project's initiatives to include presenting workshops to teachers on both campuses during the Summer Institute. She was also musically talented and composed the Virgin Islands Writing Project's theme song, which is sung at many of the project's activities. She also created a Young Writers Camp and worked with students in the St. Thomas district on the weekends. She considered this as one of her most gratifying experiences. Students were able to compile booklets of their work, which they proudly showcased. Dr. Cooper also shared her passion with a wider audience when she made guest presentations on several local radio shows. Throughout the years, Dr. Cooper has made an indelible mark in the lives of all she interacted with locally and nationally. It is indeed an honor for this legislative body to consider the noteworthy contributions of one who was so humble yet impactful in her interactions with adults and students in diverse settings. Naming the tennis court at the Orville E. Ken campus, UVI, in her honor will ensure that her name is remembered for generations to come. I extend my profound gratitude to the bill's sponsor, Senator Marvin A. Blyden, and special thanks to the committee for giving me the opportunity to provide you with this testimony, grateful that it will result in a favorable outcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Charles, for those very riveting and pointed testimony. At this time, the chair will recognize Dr. David Hall, Esquire. You may proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Joseph and members of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and other members of the 35th Legislature present, other testifiers, members of the press, persons in the viewing and listening audience, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Hall, President of the University of the Virgin Islands, and it is indeed an honor for me to appear before the committee to offer testimony on behalf of the University of the Virgin Islands. I have been asked to provide testimony regarding Bill number 350107, an act posthumously honoring and commending Dr. Fenella Cooper for her contribution to the field of education, sports, and culture, and naming the UVI tennis court on the Orville E. Ken campus on St. Thomas in her honor. The tennis court on the Orville E. Ken campus is a very special fixture at the University of the Virgin Islands, not only for students and employees, but also for community members. It is sometimes used even more by members of the community than our own students. Thus, the university supports this effort to name the facility after Dr. Cooper. From everything I have read in the proposed bill and what I have heard from others, she was an important person in Virgin Islands sport history and has contributed greatly to the sport for which she is being honored. She's a graduate of the university, CVI at that time, and taught at the university, in addition to at numerous public educational institutions in the territory. I will not repeat all the facts, accomplishments, and accolades contained in the bill, but they do point to the fact that Dr. Cooper excelled in sports, in education, and in life. It should also be noted that Dr. Cooper's family is an anchor at UVI. Her husband, Dr. Vincent Cooper, before his retirement, was one of our longest-serving faculty members, and contributed greatly to the preservation and dissemination of Virgin Islands culture and history. Her daughter, Dara Cooper, worked in our cooperative extension program, the College of Liberal Arts and Social Sciences, and at WUVI for numerous years. Some of Dr. Cooper's grandchildren have also attended UVI and excelled. Therefore, this is not just a fitting honor for one distinguished person, but for a distinguished family. As I have done in the past, I want to remind this committee that it is easy to name a building, campus, or tennis court after a distinguished individual. But if we want to be true to their legacy and to the future generations who want to know them and follow them, then this body needs to do more. Our plant fund at the university, which addresses deferred maintenance and makes needed repairs to our facilities, is underfunded and insufficient to care for the facilities we own. Once we name one of those facilities after someone, there should be an even greater commitment to make sure that those facilities are cared for and enhanced for years to come. When private individuals or corporations seek naming rights, they provide endowment funds so the facility can be cared for and enhanced for years to come. The government needs to help us do the same. In addition, we are naming these tennis courts after a distinguished local tennis player and educator. And yet the university where these courts exist cannot afford to have a tennis program that trains the next generations of Fenella Coopers. Our athletic department supports track and field and basketball, but does not have enough funds to hire a coach and field a team so that our students can be trained and compete against other universities. What would make this bill more meaningful is that you amend it to provide funding for annual maintenance and funding for a tennis program and team at UVI. In the bill, it states, and I quote, Dr. Cooper helped to organize, conduct tennis workshops for junior and adult players in the U.S. Virgin Islands, the British Virgin Islands, and elsewhere in the Caribbean and in the mainland United States. End of quote. The university can't continue that part of her legacy, and we need the Senate to assist us with this goal. This is how we keep the legacy and spirit of Caribbean people alive. We not only name facilities after them, but we ensure that something new and different occurs so that we leave the facility and the people better than we found them. So in conclusion, I fully support this bill to name the tennis court at the Orville E. Ken campus on St. Thomas at UVI after Dr. Fenella Cooper, a distinguished sports icon and educator. Yet I urge this body to do more and to set a different and higher standard for naming opportunities at the university. I look forward to discussing my remarks and suggestions with you and responding to your questions. I thank each of you for your consistent and meaningful support that you have provided to the university. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Dr. Hall, for placing on the record you're very consistent with your support, and also that it must also we must provide financial support as well. This time, I will recognize Mr. Gerald Walters to present his testimony on the record. Mr. Walters, you may proceed with reading your written testimony into the record.
Good afternoon to the Honorable Carla J. Joseph, Chairperson of the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Bill sponsor Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, and all other senators present, including family and friends of the late Dr. Fenella Cooper. My name is Gerald Walters, and I currently serve as the District Science Coordinator for the St. Thomas St. John District. It gives me great pleasure to testify today in support of Bill 35-0107, an act honoring and commending the late Dr. Fenella Cooper for her contributions in education, sports, and culture, and the naming of the University of the Virgin Islands tennis courts located on the Irville Ken campus on St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, in her name. In 1984, Fenella Cooper was a teacher at the Adelita Cancrine Junior High School, where she was instrumental in having tennis courts as part of the school's physical plant. Although Fenella Cooper did not teach physical education, she managed to have tennis classes after school. Two of her outstanding students that ended up on my tennis team at the Charlotte Amalia High School were Wayne Tyson and John Wilkins. Both students would eventually become ranked tennis players and receive tennis scholarships to colleges in the United States. I started my teaching career at the Charlotte Amalia High School in 1985 and left CAHS in 1997. Somewhere in that time period, Dr. Cooper transferred to the Charlotte Amalia High School as a business teacher. One of the classes that she taught stuck out to me was a class called Life Skills. During some of our chats on the tennis court, I was intrigued from some of the life-preparing topics that she was covering in that class, which included writing resumes, writing checks, and even basically balancing weekly and monthly budgeting. Her other famous class was called Creative Writing, and Dr. Cooper would play her guitar in that class as well as sang with the students. At the early years of my teaching at CAHS, the school tennis team actually practiced at the Long Bay Tennis Courts, which currently houses the Rising Stars Steel Orchestra summer program. During the later years of my tennis career, tennis practice moved to the Subbase Tennis Courts, and Dr. Cooper's two daughters were part of the tennis team. Her entire family played tennis. Dr. Cooper helped influence the addition of a tennis court at the Charlotte Amalia High School after the Long Bay Tennis Courts were closed as part of the Yacht Haven Grand Project. Dr. Cooper also taught tennis classes to interested teachers and staff members after school and on Saturdays on the school courts. Two other co-workers who also was instrumental in this effort was Ms. Doris Hodge, the registrar, and Cynthia Sims, the arts and craft teacher. Dr. Fenella Cooper was also an active member of the St. Thomas Racket Club. She was one of the most patient persons I knew. If someone brought their child to me to learn to play tennis, I would always refer them to Dr. Cooper. As the Charlotte Amalia tennis team grew larger and larger, it became important to have fundraisers. Dr. Cooper was involved in just about every fundraiser and was also called upon to travel with the team, which at one time surpassed 10 students. The team traveled between St. Thomas, St. Croix, and Puerto Rico. Dr. Cooper also helped with forming the first interagency tennis tournament with education easily fielding two teams. She usually competed on one of those winning teams. Dr. Cooper was also instrumental in helping organize the St. Thomas Racket Club Juniors around 1997. By then, some prominent students had developed their skills to the point where they could qualify for tennis scholarships at Division I schools. This included players like Nicole Sims, Sasha Gomes, and Kirk Thomas. Although I've talked a lot about Dr. Cooper's organizing skills, I would be amiss if I didn't talk about her tennis competitiveness. Dr. Cooper and I competed in many mixed doubles tournaments to include the Hugh Smith Open, Doris Hodge, VI Tennis Open, and the American Tennis Association National Tournament. The lasting impression I have with competing with Dr. Cooper is that just like she was a problem solver off the court, she was also one on the tennis court. If we were losing a match, we would have some serious strategy discussions and figure out a way to win. Playing doubles requires good communication skills, and Dr. Cooper possessed those necessary skills. Dr. Fenella Cooper didn't have a lot of spectacular shots, but she was consistent and extremely competitive. Her biggest pet peeve was cheating. If she felt you were blatantly cheating her, she would pick up her stuff and walk off the court. No long discussions and no arguments. This characteristic eventually transferred to all the students that she was able to influence on the tennis court, simply honesty. Dr. Fenella Cooper, like most other educators, ventured off to UVI after school, where she taught the UVI tennis classes. This allowed UVI students to learn some other sport other than basketball and volleyball. During UVI concert band rehearsals, which I attended, I would hear the music students talking about their tennis experiences. And from the excitement in their conversations, I already knew who their instructor was. Dr. Cooper was actually instrumental in helping Ms. Cynthia Sims and myself get our certification as tennis instructors. She actually read the poster from the American Tennis Association tournament in Washington, D.C., and was unselfish enough to share it with us. It was information that most of us overlooked, but this qualification actually worked in our favor later in our careers. The Virgin Islands was lucky to have a person like Dr. Fenella Cooper move here and gave back so much to this community. She served above and beyond, service above self. I will take pleasure in attending the naming of the UVI tennis courts in her honor and playing tennis on the Fenella Cooper tennis courts.
Thank you so much, Mr. Walters, for that very clear and concise picture you painted of the lady of the hour, Dr. Fenella Cooper. At this time, the chair would recognize Dr. George Newton, who is joining us virtually.
Yes.
Dr. Newton, you're still there. Wonderful.
Yes.
Kindly proceed with reading your testimony into the record.
Thank you, Chairwoman, Senator Joseph, other senators present. Good evening. I'm Dr. George Newton, retired educator and retired tennis professional. I became acquainted with Dr. Fenella Cooper in 1977 on the sub-base tennis courts. Soon, I realized she was rock steady in practice and match play. In the 1980s, she advanced to be an outstanding female player in the Virgin Islands. And for the next 30 years, Fenella was a major contender in local championships. She threatened every opponent in tennis tournaments, whether it was singles, ladies doubles, and mixed doubles. Her tennis success was not confined locally to the Virgin Islands, but she expanded her scope of tournament play to the US mainland, where she competed and won in many, many states. Occasionally, she was the only female entry from the US Virgin Islands to compete in the national championships. Because of her poise, conduct, and deportment, she represented her homeland well. Unofficially, she showcased the St. Thomas and, by extension, the US Virgin Islands. And she served as sports ambassador for the Virgin Islands. Actually, many players with whom she competed on the mainland have visited St. Thomas as tourists because of her tennis involvement. I interviewed a few of her students, UVI students, and what stood out for me, many of them recognized how she emphasized discipline and tennis courtesies. One example in point, the first point in a tennis match is 15-love. But as young people are prone to take shortcuts, the student may announce the score to be 5-love instead of 15-love. Immediately, Coach Cooper intervenes, stops the game for the player to report the proper score. She always had a standard to uphold, and her integrity was at stake. I compliment this legislative body of senators for naming the UVI St. Thomas tennis courts in honor of Dr. Fenella Cooper. It is well deserved. I want to thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Newton, for that historical aspect of Dr. Fenella Cooper. At this time, I'm going to ask the clerk to read into the record a testimony we received from Dr. Nicole Craigwell Sims. She could not be here today, but she did ask us to have it be read into the record. Madam Clerk, kindly proceed with reading the written testimony.
Testimony from Dr. Nicole Craigwell Sims, Assistant Commissioner for the Department of Health. Esteemed Honorable Senator Carla J. Joseph, Chair of the Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection, Honorable Javon E. James Sr., Vice Chair, distinguished committee members, esteemed non-committee members, and esteemed members of the viewing and listening audience, greetings. I, Nicole Craigwell Sims, Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Health, appear before you to present testimony regarding Bill Number 35-0107, an act designed to posthumously honor and commend Ms. Fenella Cooper for her remarkable contributions to the realm of education, sports, and culture, and to designate the UVI tennis court in her honor. I unequivocally endorse the commemoration of the late Dr. Fenella A. Cooper, myriad contributions to the citizens of the Virgin Islands, and the renaming of the tennis court situated at the Orville E. Keene campus of the University of the Virgin Islands on St. Thomas as the Fenella A. Cooper Tennis Complex. As a tennis player within the territory, I have personally witnessed the profound influence that not only the sport itself, but its luminaries can exert in shaping young athletes, fostering community spirit, well-being, and unity. The advantages of sports for the youth are extensive, and tennis, my personal favorite, offers myriad physical and mental benefits, rendering it a valuable pursuit for their growth. An ethos Dr. Cooper epitomized through her endeavors. Bestowing Dr. Fenella Cooper's name upon the complex would constitute a fitting homage to her significant contributions to the sport of tennis and our community. She has played a pivotal role in advancing tennis at its grassroots, motivating numerous individuals to embrace the sports and pursue their passion for it. Her unwavering dedication, exemplary leadership, and sportsmanship epitomize the virtues we endeavor to instill within our community. By christening the complex in honor of Dr. Cooper, we not only pay tribute to her legacy, but also inspire future generations to emulate her exceptional example. It conveys a potent message that excellence, integrity, and service merit acknowledgement and reverence. I implore the committee to give due consideration to this proposal with the utmost thoughtfulness and deliberation. The renaming of the tennis complex transcends mere symbolism. It presents an opportunity to commemorate our collective history, values, and aspires as a community. I am firmly convinced that by honoring Fenella and Anita Cooper in this manner, we shall bequeath a legacy that will enrich the lives of generations to come. Thank you for your attentive consideration to this matter. Dr. Nicole Craigwell Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Department of Health.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk, for reading that testimony into the record. Media, do we have a photo of Dr. Fenella Cooper? There we can see that beautiful lady with that dynamic smile. Colleagues, we will proceed with one round of questioning. Senator Ray Fonseca, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Pleasant good afternoon, and thank you so kindly, Madam Chair, for the time. Bill number 350107, an act posthumously honoring and commending Dr. Fenella Cooper for her contributions to the fields of education, sports, and culture, and naming the UVI tennis courts at the Orville E. Kent campus in her honor is a good bill, and I fully support it. We've heard testimony from the Assistant Commissioner of Health, Nicole Sims, Mr. Gerald Walters, also George Newton, Dr. Hall, and Dr. Sharon Charles. Dr. Hall testimony in particular mentioned that while he supports the bill, the tennis program is now, I think, non-operational and is in need of funding. So that's something we have to look at because, you know, tennis is a good sport, and Dr. Fenella Cooper, she promoted tennis in the Virgin Islands, as Mr. Walters has given testimony. And also she was an active player. She competed and won on the U.S. mainland. So this is definitely a good bill. Dr. Cooper was born in St. Kitts, April 6, 1950. She moved to New York, married Cooper, and had 2 daughters, 8 grandchildren, but she came back to the Virgin Islands, or she adopted the Virgin Islands, and she contributed mightily to the field of tennis and also to education, sports, and culture. So, Madam Chair, at the appropriate time, I will definitely cast my vote in favor of Bill number 35-0107. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
And thank you so much, Senator Fonseca, for your commentary. The chair will now recognize Senator Samuel Carrion for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the testifiers we have here in the well. I want to commend the sponsor of this resolution for bringing this forward. I always say that it is great when we can recognize those that among us have contributed, and we could have their legacy continue to live on in memory of their contribution and the deeds that they've done here in our territory. So I would like to ask the testifiers, especially Dr. Charles and Dr. Walters, what memory you still have very vivid of Dr. Cooper that still resounds with you, or that you saw that still is very vivid with you that you can share about her?
So I When I think of Dr. Cooper, I see passion. Passion for student success, passion for educators to demonstrate their competence in the classroom. I see one who is compassionate. I see one who is humble, one who gives all there is to give unselfishly. I see the talent that she exercises on a daily basis. I see a whole person, one who is definitely a legend and will continue to live on in the lives of all those she has impacted. These are what I see when I think of Dr. Fenella Cooper.
Thank you, Dr. Charles. And you, Mr. Walter?
Gerald Walters. Dr. Cooper was one of the individuals who touched the lives of different ages of children, from the tots to the teenagers, and also the adults. So she covered the whole realm. What I was proud most of her is that you can always call on her, and you could count on her helping out in any project that you have. She not only dealt with tennis stuff that I did, but she actually was also a part of the science quiz bowl competition. We first got it in operation, and she actually was a timekeeper and an organizer, and she served in that part for as long as I can remember. The science bowl, which started in 1996, she was always a part of it. So you could always count on her for helping you get projects done, even when other people believed that it wasn't possible.
Hi.
Thank you. And if I may, in closing, I would like to ask Dr. Hall, you mentioned in testimony about tennis program and how the UVI can at this moment afford it. What would be the cost of establishing a tennis program? What would that look like? And when was the last time that we had one, if we did at any point in time?
Yes. It has been a while since we've had a varsity tennis program. I've been here 15 years, and I don't recall it existing. I asked my athletic director to do an analysis of what it would take, and her total came to $69,000 a year. And that's for men and women tennis. That would include the coach, a graduate assistant, materials, uniforms, etc. It would allow us to compete. We are presently in an HBCU conference in the NAIA. Our basketball team is right now, this week, in Alabama, competing against Dillard, Fisk, Tougaloo, outstanding universities. I would like for us to have a tennis program where we are also not only competing locally, but competing nationally in the same conference. And her estimates is this is what it would take. It sounds like a small amount, but just to support our track and field and basketball programs have stretched our athletic budget beyond what they really can afford. So I think this would really be a wonderful addition to the naming to come up with these funds. Various testifiers have talked about future generations emulating her, of there being a way for future Virgin Islanders to explore the sport, and that certainly needs to start happening at a very early age. But when they get to the university level, it shouldn't stop, and we shouldn't have students having to go off island to pursue this wonderful sport. So this is what the cost would be, and I think it would be a wonderful addition to her legacy.
Thank you for sharing that information with us, Dr. Hall, and I also agree that UVI should have a tennis program for our students. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. At this time, I will recognize Senator I'm so sorry. Senator Carrion. I beg your apologies, Senator Carrion. At this time, I'd like to recognize Senator Milton E. Potter. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. It's been a long day, so you're entitled to a little slip of the tongue. So, I definitely, believe that it is always a good thing for us to honor and commend our own when they achieve excellence. That is something that progressive communities do, and clearly Dr. Fenella Cooper is extremely deserving of this honor. Anybody who has lived in a community in the Virgin Islands for the last several decades, you know of the power couple, Dr. Vincent Cooper and Fenella Cooper. You knew what they did. You know that they were in the field of academia, but they were also tennis stalwarts. So I think that it is fitting that we name the tennis courts at the University of the Virgin Islands after her, and I commend my colleague, Senator Blyden, for moving forward with this initiative. I too concur with Dr. Hall and the previous speaker that we must establish a tennis program at the University of the Virgin Islands. I was holding my breath when Senator Carrion asked Dr. Cooper Dr. Hall what the cost would be, and felt somewhat relieved when he said $69,000. I expected it to be a lot more. I think that is something that we can achieve. You were saying something, Dr. Hall?
Yeah, that is recurring. It's not one time.
Thanks for the clarification. I assumed that it was going to be a recurring cost. Mr. Walters, you mentioned communication was a strong point of Dr. Cooper. I wanted to know, I love the game of tennis. I can't play a lick. But whether it's mental toughness, if it's physical fitness, or tactical understanding of the game, eye-hand coordination, agility, what was her strong point in the game of tennis?
General Walters speaking. She was one of the most steady players, consistent. You could, chances of her missing a shot was very slim. Can I make a comment about Dr. Hall's 60-something thousand?
Yes.
Because I coached UVI's tennis team before Dr. Hall came. And our biggest obstacle that we traveled for every tennis match, we weren't able to host teams. So we played all our matches away, and travel is expensive. If you were to look at some facilities from some other schools, UVI, actually you need a show court. And you need almost 4 courts in order to, else the team would never finish their matches, they'll be there all day.
Gotcha.
So that 60-something thousand was very conservative.
Gotcha. Thanks for that. Thanks for that. You also mentioned, Mr. Walters, about the program that CAHS had. And I was curious as to, I know they don't have a tennis program now. I can't recall in recent times CAHS or any of our public schools having, I'll wrap up very, very quickly, Madam Chair. So I wanted to know, when was the last time, to your knowledge, that we had a tennis program in the public high schools in the VI, and what will it take for us to jumpstart that program? And you can answer on the chair's time. Thank you.
I don't know if I can handle the second question about what it would take, but last school year, actually, they were trying to have a tennis program. I think they were repairing facilities, so it really didn't go through. But the Virgin Islands Tennis Association actually launched a tennis in schools program this year. I believe the person behind it is one of the ex-students that passed through CHS named Garvey Thomas, who ventured off to New York, picked back up his rackets, hung around the course, and now he's back here doing a lot of coaching. Tennis is not as popular now as it was back then. The main problem is facilities and the cost of maintaining your skills to enjoy the game.
Thank you very much.
And thank you so much, Senator Potter. Next, I will recognize Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., President of the Legislature. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for your testimony. Dr. Sharon Charles, Dr. Hall, Mr. Walters, Dr. Newton, and of course the testimony that was read for Dr. Sims. I also want to commend the bill's sponsor, Senator Blyden, for bringing this resolution before us. And of course, I want to say a special good afternoon to the Dr. Fenella Anita Cooper family. And thank you for being here and lending her to the Virgin Islands community. Because a lot of times, you know, we, as public servants, we take a lot of time from our families. We spend a lot of time taking care of others. And a lot of times, you know, there's some sacrifice that's made by our own families as a result of doing that. So I really want to thank you for lending her to the Virgin Islands community. I only think it's very befitting of this recognition of Dr. Cooper posthumously. And I agree totally with Dr. Hall that we don't want to name facilities that's going to be in disrepair. Might as well not name it if it's going to be in disrepair. So I agree that there should be some funding associated with the maintenance and upkeep of these facilities, again, so it could be representative of the individuals that we're naming to these facilities. Dr. Cooper, her 30 years of dedicated service, passionate tennis player, induction into the Buccaneers Hall of Fame, being her ambassadorial spirit. She touched many lives of this community, and I think that it's great that we are able to really recognize her lifelong, as a lifelong learner. Again, she went through all of her degree programs and actually earned her PhD at according to the notation here, at the ripe age of 65. So again, you know, she really was a lifetime achiever. And I, hailing from the island of St. Croix, I asked for a photograph to be shown because I didn't recognize the name, but I certainly recognize the face. So, you know, again, I think I'm happy to be here, to be a part of this process. I wanted to ask, though, a lot of times when we go through these resolutions, we hear of all the good things that have been done by individuals. I wanted to ask Dr. Charles and as well as Mr. Walters in terms of what is it that got on her nerves? What rocked her nerves with individuals that she worked with? You know, what will make her upset? You know, can we speak about, you know, those things that she was very cautious about in regards to not always just the good things, but also the bad things that, you know, really rock her nerves?
Well, this is Gerald Walters speaking. There were two things that I didn't put in my testimony, really. Dr. Cooper actually worked at the two schools that had tennis courts. And at both of those schools, the tennis courts were replaced for something else. That really irked her. And she did voice her concerns to the people in charge. She did talk about it.
Dr. Charles, if Madam Chair, if we may just have Dr. Charles.
You may proceed.
Okay, Dr. Sharon Charles, for me, it was mediocrity. Anything that looked like mediocrity to her, she wanted no part of it. She was one who stood by high standards, excellence, not necessarily perfection, but excellence, and she figured that everybody was capable of doing something good. So that was what stood out for me.
Very well. My time has been called. I'm not a member of this committee, but I'm certainly happy to be here in this recognition. And certainly at the appropriate time, I'll be voting in the affirmative as well. And I also be voting in the affirmative, Dr. Hall, to make sure you get some more money. You know we're a partner in this, right? So I look forward to doing that. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
And thank you so kindly, Mr. President. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, who is joining us remotely.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. I was very happy when I heard Dr. George speak about mediocrity, because that seems to be somewhat the order of the day for quite a few things here in the territory, unfortunately. One of my quotes I often share, we spend so much time rationalizing mediocrity, we've forgotten what greatness looks like. And unfortunately, in our society, I am very upset at times when things that should not be done are being done. And this is one of the situations where we could at least reap praise and thankfulness on someone that has contributed to our territory. One of the things for me that I see as a drawback is that, yes, we put a lot of emphasis on academia, which I fully support. And this is just not limited to the college area, but also dealing with our schools. But I think when it comes to the arts and comes to sports, we have to also add a lot of focus on that as well. And when I'm hearing that the university, unfortunately, is lacking from having this very vital sport as part of their curriculum, I am more than happy to assist with doing what we have to do to make sure it comes back, as well as making sure that sports is an adamant part of dealing with our children's education as well. For me, I want to ask a question in regards to Dr. Cooper. I heard about role model. I heard about very passionate about what she did with tennis, etc. But can you, Dr. Newton, give me one memory that you had that stood out the most about her that has left a lasting impact on you when it comes to Dr. Cooper?
Yes, Senator. Well, I've experienced her on-court performance. I played mixed doubles with her.
Okay.
I played against her, and I think what helped her to succeed is that, well.
One moment, Dr. Newton. Bring down your camera a little because your top part of your head is being cut off. All right. You look like you're in frame now. Try again.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah, I played with her in mixed doubles. I played against her. And there is one thing that you're going to realize, that she is a no-nonsense person. She will not take it from her partner. She will not take it from her opponents. And that for me is her trademark. And in practice, if she is not comfortable, she'll walk off the court. She was a no-nonsense person, and that took her through.
Well, that is good to hear. I think I heard my time, but I'll just go ahead and wrap up. I want to say thank you to Dr. Hall. When I got a chance to read the testimony, I'm going to be honest. I initially was a little bit concerned because I wasn't sure how Dr. Hall what direction he would have gone in, because I know sometimes when it comes to naming of different things at the university, he had a different mindset. So I was very pleasantly surprised and happy that he's fully in support of this tennis court being named after Dr. Fenella Cooper. So thank you for the time, Madam Chair. I will be voting in the affirmative.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Heiliger. The timekeeper can place 3 minutes on the clock for me. I really want to first begin by commending the bill sponsor. You know, we have a lot of heroes, and I would say unsung heroes, who have done a lot of good work in the Virgin Islands. And not only in the Virgin Islands, but they have also expanded that work throughout our nation on the mainland. When I read in the bill, and one of the whereas clause, that Dr. Cooper was recognized for her achievements and contribution to sports in the territory by the African American Ethnic Sports Hall of Fame in 2002. And I mean, that is something achievable, and to be recognized by somebody who came from a small island like the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, and to have that recognition. So I definitely applauded her and her efforts. Well, I always ask, and I'm always really curious to really understand what motivates a person despite encounters with mediocrity, despite encounters wherein a sport that you love and you thrive and you're dedicated to, and these obstacles, when people, we as human beings, that's the only way it's done, remove a tennis court, as some of my colleagues were able to pull that question from, that answer from Mr. Walters. What do you look at, and what would you say motivated her to continue regardless of what those obstacles were that in her way? Even education, I mean, lifelong educator, earning her doctorate when she was in her 60s, that shows a level of endurance. What would you say was one of her motivating factors? I will start with you, Mr. Walters.
That's a tough question. But
I'm known for asking tough questions.
But you know, she was a perseverer. So, like I said, she didn't think that once a project was that you brought up, she thought out of the box. Number one. So in thinking out of the box, a lot of people don't usually go along with you. But she didn't think that you could fail at anything that you really put your mind to do.
Okay, so she was probably one of those individuals who had the sense that if you believe, you can achieve. You, Dr. Charles, would you like to feed in? I'd like to hear your comments regarding what you perceived was some of the motivating factor or factors for her.
Okay, for me, Dr. Cooper was one who really persevered at whatever she put her mind to. She was really committed. And as I stated earlier, she would believe in excellence. So those were the things that really inspired her and motivated her to do whatever she did.
Thank you so much, Dr. Charles. And finally, Dr. Newton, what would you say was one primary motivating factor that hasn't been discussed here for Dr. Cooper to be able to overcome some of the obstacles that she faced playing tennis and even becoming a lifelong learner?
Yes. Well, one, I think that she didn't like to fail. So whatever it costs, she will endure the hardships and pursue whatever it is to bring it to fruition. So I think that, well, she had a drive to succeed, period, in whatever the endeavors, whether it's in the classroom, whether it's on the tennis court, whether it's on the steel pan. Yes.
Thank you so much for those responses. I'll now recognize the bill sponsor, Mr. Vice President, Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening again to all. And I would like to thank the testifiers, Dr. Hall, Dr. Charles, Dr. Newton, Dr. Sims, and Mr. Gerard. Thank you all for your testimonies and for those kind words. I must say, in all of your testimonies, you all mentioned some very kind words in describing Dr. Cooper, and I must say, mention some of them in terms of those words: ambassador, educator, having poise, integrity, dedication, being a strong leader, sportsmanship, excellence, service, passion, and having compassion, being very humble and disciplined, committed, a quiet confidence, the whole person a legend. that's some powerful words in describing the honoree. Let me say though, in respect to Mr. Walters, your testimony painted a picture as you read your testimony. And let me ask you, in respect to the life skills class at CHS, you said that stood out to you. Can you speak a little bit about that, please? And is that class still a part of the curriculum?
I think we've replaced life skills with something called AVID now. But back then it stuck out because it just seemed like it was just something that the students actually needed to have. And the fact that it was actually being taught as a subject in school, that kind of fascinated me.
And put on the record again, what's included in those in the life skill classes?
Well, from some of the discussions, Dr. Cooper was into accounting and math, so a lot of the class was around balancing checkbooks, coming up with budgets, planning a shopping list and how much money you need to spend. The basic things that we take for granted, that students, even doing their taxes, the basic things that we take for granted that students really needed to know before they go out into the world.
Well, thank you for putting that on the record. I believe that's a very important part of our students in terms of them going out into the world and becoming adults. I must say, I do appreciate my colleagues' responses in respect to supporting the bill. And I must say that it's a family affair, and that was mentioned also. And again, I ask for your support as we close out this evening. And again, thank you for your kind words and your testimonies. Madam Chair, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Vice President. This time I want to acknowledge the presence of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary Chair, Senator Diane T. Capehart. If there are no other discussions, I believe we have exhausted all of our time. Do I hear a motion? Motion. Senator Milton E. Potter, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that Bill number 35-0107, an act posthumously honoring and commending Dr. Fenella Cooper for her contributions to the field of education, sports, and culture, and naming the UVI tennis courts in her honor, be favorably voted upon in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. I so move.
Second.
Bill number 35-0107 has been properly moved by Senator Milton E. Potter, seconded by Senator Samuel Carrion, Ray Fonseca, Alma Francis Heiliger. Roll call on Bill number 35-0107.
Senator Samuel Carrion.
Yes. Yes.
Senator Samuel Carrion, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yea.
Senator Ray Fonseca, yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, yea. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator Javon E. James Sr., yea.
Yes.
Senator Carla Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Carla J. Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter, yea. Madam Chair, you have 7 yeas.
Bill number 35-0107, an act posthumously honoring and commending Ms. Fenella Cooper for her contributions to the field of education, sports, and culture, and naming the UVI tennis court in her honor, has been favorably approved in the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. At this time, I will ask the testifiers who are present here, beginning, of course, with Dr. Charles, to present a 30-second wrap-up. Kindly proceed, Dr. Charles.
I want to express my gratitude to the committee, this legislative body, for the opportunity to present this testimony. I especially want to thank the bill sponsor for bringing forth such powerful legislation, and I look forward to the next round when it goes to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you kindly, Dr. Charles. Dr. Hall, you may proceed with your 30 seconds wrap-up.
I want to thank the bill's sponsor. I think this is a tremendous honor. I think anytime that we are honoring those who have labored in our community and especially have served our children, it is noteworthy. I do want, for the record, to indicate, contrary to what may have been indicated, I have always supported the recognitions that this body has tried to bestow upon individuals by naming the various facilities or campus after individuals who have distinguished themselves. But I also feel that it is my obligation to raise those other concerns around maintenance, around trying to create a legacy that is greater than just a name, but allows Virgin Islanders to continue to excel in the footsteps of those individuals. And so I hope that this body broadly will consider, as this bill moves forward or as other efforts move forward, to address the two other issues that I raised. So thank you for allowing me to be present and to share those comments.
Thank you kindly, Dr. Hall, for placing that on the record. Mr. Walters, you're recognized for your 30 seconds wrap-up.
I also want to thank the committee for inviting me and for the research done on this project. You couldn't have picked a better person to name the UVI courts after. She's truly worthwhile. Thank you.
Very quick and succinct. And finally, Dr. George Newton, you are recognized for your 30 seconds wrap-up.
I want to thank the committee. I want to commend the Senate committee and the bill, the senator that sponsored the bill. I want to thank the body for honoring Dr. Cooper. I think that it is well deserved. She has served our community well. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Newton. At this time, all the testifiers, you're released from your testimony before the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Senator Ray Fonseca, you have a point of personal privilege that you would like to state?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Kindly proceed.
Thank you so kindly, Madam Chair and colleagues. The Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services would like to remind the public that on Thursday, February 29th, we have a community outreach fair. It will be held in the Emancipation Garden on Friday, March 1st, 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. in the Frank Powell Park on St. John, and Friday, March 8th on St. Croix at the D.C. Cannegator Ballpark. There'll be free health screenings, free dental screenings, referrals. Human Services will be there to assist with counseling, American Cancer Society, AARP benefits. The Department of Health would be there, St. Thomas East End Medical Center, and the AARP. And thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the time.
Okay, thank you so kindly for that. Colleagues, Senator Samuel Carrion, you have a point of personal privilege. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to follow up on how you open up this hearing this morning, recognizing that St. Lucia was celebrating also their independence, but on today also the Dominican Republic is celebrating their Independence Day. So I would like to say Happy Independence Day to our brothers from the Dominican Republic. And this is also Public School Week. So congratulations and our salutations to everyone in the public school system. So thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you so much, Senator Carrion, for placing that on the record. I also want to just do a quick reminder to the public. The Committee on Government Operations and Veteran Affairs and Consumer Protection, we've been holding hearings about the taxi cab industry since last year, June, and we had that first hearing in St. John, then we had one in St. Thomas. Our final hearing, just going full circle, will be held on March 8th, Friday, March 8th, in the St. Croix District at the Fritz Elouette's Conference Room, beginning at 6 p.m. and end at 8 p.m. We want to hear from those taxi cab operators, also customers in the St. Croix district regarding the industry. It's a very vital industry to our economy and our tourism product. With all of that being said, I want to thank our central staff, our hardworking central staff, for all the support that they have provided for us to hold this meeting. Timely start. I also would like to thank my committee members for being here on time and on schedule, and all the testifiers and the like. And also, finally, I would like to thank my staff who worked hard behind the scenes to assure that this meeting was held today. The Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection meeting for Tuesday, February 27th, 2024 is hereby adjourned.